Good morning, guys. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to the stream. I wish everyone who's still half asleep a very good morning. Because I am half asleep still. No, I'm not half asleep, but I'm a little bit hungover, a little bit destroyed, as they say. But yesterday it wasn't as bad as the last time. Like, last time I was on stream, I was like, really like, ugh. But not today. Because not as hungover. Good morning, Bohaus. Void meets... Oh, Silverwing is also here. Hello, hello. Raphael and I just chatted. Over WhatsApp. Which means the 4090 has a new owner. And it will arrive today. Here in the house. In Casa Zomex. They're really fast with sending these. Sorry. That's a dime. You know dime? It's so good. Castle Zomex, yeah. I wish I had a castle. Oh, isn't that like nightmarish to clean up if you have a castle? Don't you have to do like heating is awful, it's always cold. And it's probably dusty, right? Can you just like... I think you start at one end of the castle, and when you finish the other end, you have to start on the first end again. Good morning, Abu. Maybe a small, well-insulated castle then. Are there castles that are well-insulated? Yesterday I had a schnitzel. I just had dinner. Oh, really? I just got up. Wait, can we... Ooh, no. Maybe we should do it like that. I know a person that lives in a castle, like in the Erdgeschoss, so in the first floor, and the rest of the castle is a museum and tourists come and visit. Oh, is that cool? Probably. Sometimes it's cool, sometimes probably annoying as fuck, right? I could imagine. Hakur, what did you have for dinner? That's the question. Did you have a schnitzel? Or... oh, something else. With actual gas heating, prices probably ain't cool. So at home here, we have something that's called... wait. A water heater. A Durchlauferhitzer. And that's so we don't pay anything for gas, but for electricity, and that's still bad. Really expensive. Yes. But we managed to finish, speaking of expensive, we managed to finish yesterday's rendering. Shall I show that to you? So, that's the final state. Also, by the way, oh, I forgot. Twitter is exploding as we speak because let me check. Where is it? A very kind soul named Arturtur released the plugin, the script, a script for that layer thing. So Billy's friend Bosco did it yesterday, and now we have the very public version of that script with color, like you can adjust the gradient and everything. It's perfect. It works like a charm. Only that load preset thing isn't there for me. But it's crazy, and you can download it here. That's the script. You copy that to C4D, and then just put it into your layout, and boom! I can show that in a second if you guys like. But yeah, it's incredible. I work from afternoon to evening, so I will stay in your webcast room every day. Oh, nice. Thank you, Hakur. But yeah, that's I wouldn't call it a life changer because it's not really necessary to do that, but it's for people with a slight OCD, it's nice to have. And yeah, so we rendered that. We have little things on our to-do list today. So what's the to-do list like? It's price of cash registers damage to dark. That's that thing. Because so yesterday off stream, I was like, oh, I forgot that, and I turned that again. Or was it off stream? I don't know. But I forgot, hey, baking. So we have all the AO on that stem now, and I have to find a way so we can avoid that. Shouldn't be that hard. Another thing is rug fiber gradient is too strong. Yeah, so that it's too dark. So this part we will just make a little bit brighter. Close gap for banderole. I don't know if banderole is the right English word, but there is, like you see here, it's attached to that and not to the wall. We will fix that with a small resim, and then it's good. And other than that, it's finished, guys. There's nothing left to do. A slight problem was the render time. It took 11 hours. I don't know why though. Maybe it's because we closed off. We have like a back wall now to eliminate the reflections on that part. But I'm not sure about that. Maybe that caused a spike in render time. So that's a possibility. The other thing could be that so I lowered the Pearl samples on 43090s, right? Yeah, in 8K though. So, like, it would actually, we have the back wall, but it's not 100% closed, right? So it's like halfway. That still creates more bounces though. Like all the rays, the random rays that fire into oblivion and get cancelled by clamping and such, they would naturally bounce off that and go back into the room now. So this will definitely increase render time. I just don't know how much. Also, we lowered parallel samples from 16 to 10. That's just 6 parallel samples or 6 values, but I don't know how much impact that has. Usually it shouldn't have that much impact, actually. Sample count was 7,500 with diffuse depth and specular depth and scatter depth set to 64. So, yeah. Morning, did Ash play around with Post yet? Let me check in Discord. No, he didn't. He just sent me the new Lawn song, and that's it. But Ash is a busy man, and he can take and take up as much time as he wants. Just close the gates to Oblivion and defeat the Daedra Prince, and your samples will be good. That was a Skyrim reference, right? Daedra Prince, or is it like Elder Scrolls? Abu, I really like Elder Scrolls. We should have a talk about Elder Scrolls. So yeah, it's a bitch to render. That's what I want to say. Maybe we will just remove the back wall altogether, because I'm like, eh. Also, if you compare it, so that's the old one, that's the new one, old one, new one. I actually like the highlights we have here. So, I don't know, guys. It's not like I like this way more than this. So yeah, I made the decision now. We'll remove the back wall. Let's open that scene. Look at that. So where's the room? Room is up here. Back wall will be eliminated. Yeah, so actually I can check the render queue. Yeah, here you see it. It's 11 hours. No idea why. It's pretty long, in my opinion. But hey. And here you can see the settings. Parasample set to 10. Raphael, by the way, someone in chat yesterday said something that blew my mind. He said that Jules said that in one of his speaks in one of his talks. It says when you deactivate adaptive sampling, the live viewer gets snappier. There's a couple things you could do. Make the backwall completely black, so you wouldn't have any bounces. Bake the backwall's albedo and use it as emission. Oh no. I will just leave it like that. But Raphael, adaptive sampling. Turn it off and IPR goes boom. Goes faster, snappier. Do you think that's true? Is that really so? Sorry. Also, did I take my medicine? Yes, I did. Well, yes. So that's the to-do list. And after that's done, we set up AOVs and prepare the final rendering of that scene. So in that case, it would be using that kind of stuff, which I didn't do that much yet. So it's going to be interesting because that's the new system. And in the last Octane, in the last big 101 piece where I had like passes and shit, I didn't use that system, but the old one. So, hooray, right? Yeah, I can see that it makes sense. Nice, so we will turn that off for now. Okay, what are we doing now, though? What first from the list? So, price of cash register is too dark. Alright, maybe we do that. So, cash register. Cash register. Hello. So it's that one. Right, and it was set to 0. So we could just leave that out, turn that back to 0, and do it like that. I don't know. That does not look like it's supposed to be like that. Like in the rendering. Did I show that? Wait. In the rendering you have that nice... the price now, right? I mean, that's cool. Adaptive has an overhead. If I render an image with very few samples, I always turn it off because it would not have an impact on the render quality anyway, but it takes the overhead and calculating noisy bits. Yeah. That seems reasonable. Rich, Mr. Alex. Mr. Alex Rich. How are things? Hello, hello. How long is this rendering currently? The render time, 11 hours. So to give you an update, Alex, because you haven't been here, why do I close this all the time? Yesterday we added like a back wall here because of these white reflections, and I realized I don't mind these white reflections, so we removed the back wall again because render time was 11 hours. Right? Time to turn on some volumetrics. Actually, we have volumetrics prepared. I will just render them in a different pass. So I have them already set up. Here in the light, day A fog. And I will just turn them on at some point and render a separate version of that, I don't know, with just the fog. And then we can put it in as a pass, pretty much. My bad for saying the reflections look weird. The tape really helps to break it up. No, don't you worry, dude. It's all fine. Why do I close the thing all the time? I just minimize it. Yeah, so... I mean, we had they look weird, but that's just how reflections look, I would say. And... yeah, we will just use them like that. I like that highlight here. I like that you can see more of that. It's all fine and dandy, as they say. So, yeah, right now we have to adjust this, though. Which is here. So, can we put that back in here? I think what we could do, we could just give that a different material. Because we had the other material, right? Where was that? Actually, wait. I absolutely hate the plastic. It makes the my name harder to see. TTSM. But you're still in there. Wait, how? It's brighter though. The old version is brighter. Hello, buddy. I don't think the render time matters if you get this much quality work after. I would just let it render for days. Yeah. I mean, true. True. True to that. Truth, as they say. Where's the cache register? There it is. So that's the old one, right? Cache, keysframe, keyboard. Okay, then let's just use that here. And problem solved. Woo. Okay, crossed it off the list. We will test render it later. Rock, fiber grade, and too strong. English much. Wait, I'm confused. And hungover. Rocks. Hair. So that's the dark part, right? That's the bright part. That's the dark part. All right. That's a little bit lighter. Check. Welcome, darling. Hello, shorty. How are things? Okay, marvelous designer again, right? Nice. I actually can't wait to be done with that piece. Like, not done, but I want to do post work and all and see how it can look with all the noise and chromatic aberration. I have absolutely no clue what I'm gonna do. But yeah, I just want to play around with it. What are AOVs? I think it stands for arbitrable output variant or something like that. Or variable, I don't know. Busy. Thanks. How was the evening yesterday? It was nice. I ate a schnitzel. Yeah, that's it. I ate a schnitzel. Oh, why is it so 3D now? Open project. Right, assets. Slot machine it was. Plastic bands. What program will you use for post work? Probably Photoshop. It's the new fancy name for multipasses. And some culture. Yes, shorty. Next time you actually should come with us if you want. If you have time, of course. All right, so to be frank, we can just freeze these. Freeze. freeze everything there is. Freeze. So we actually only need that one. And then there's the pin tag, edit tag. So this is the one we want to remove. All right, and then we say tag on avatar. Do we go here or I don't know if that will work. So, I don't know, 15. Perfect. I think that's pretty invisible there, right? Oh yes, I would join the party. Nice. But you're not Frank. You are Cornelius. Haha. Can we see the Pro does the post-production? I don't do post-production in a way. So let me tell you something about let me tell you something about post-production. I have fucking no clue how it's done. Absolutely no idea. So there's probably an industry way of doing it with Nuke or Fusion and just putting it together with like all these corrections and transforms, and it's probably the best way to like the way to do it is there is probably a way to do it. What I do is just like a weird, wonky mix of things that I think work for myself sometimes, but sometimes they also don't work for them. Like, it's just like completely strange what I do. I have never seen anyone work like that. And it's very sloppy and wonky. But it kind of works for the look I'm after. So we will see. I will do that on stream and you guys will probably be more like, okay, why don't you do it like that? There's like this thing, plugin or whatever for After Effects. It's one click and it looks better than this. You don't need real post-production if you got the right, if you got it right in engine. Well, a little bit, like grain and shit. Chromatic aberration. We still don't have that, Alex. Remember, we need chromatic aberration. In-camera chromatic aberration would be the best. Imagine that. We could actually put a small sheet of glass in front of the camera with dispersion and render the chromatic aberration for real. That would be something, right? So, tag on avatar. Let's do that again. Oh, wait. Can we actually edit tag? So I want to move that further back. No. Like that. Perfect. Holy hell, what's that? Okay. Nice. Sure, grain and such things. I'm talking about real comp work since you were talking about the industry way of doing things. So wait, do you say they do? They aren't doing like comp stuff? Like, I don't mean comp in terms of having layers of things and joining them together. But let's say I have the beauty, just the beauty of my image, right? So everything is there, lights, everything, and volume. Like color correction and stuff, like grain, color correction, contrast, and everything. There's probably like an industry way of doing that, right? Or are they just doing, well, that's a film emulation, we'll just throw it in there and that's it. Nothing more. Just like, what would the film do? Or if they have actual film, they just develop it in CC40, I don't know what that chemical solution is called, and then it's done. Done deal. I am the master of this look. I don't even know what to call that look. Assets. Yes. So. Okay, so save that. How would you describe your aesthetic? Those orange-blue colors remind me of those 90 movies like Fight Club or Snatch. Oh, really? I would call the whole aesthetic comic-y, hyper-realism comic kind of, I don't know, something like that. But like if it reminds you of Fight Club, that's cool. I really like Fight Club. It's one of my favorite movies. It also looks very nice. It's very dark and nice. Like this whole 90s era look of Fincher's film is, it's pretty amazing. It's pretty cinematic. Fincher is the GOAT. Yes, it's true. So, plastic ones. Also, hello, Dino. So, that means we're done with that. Yes. All right. That only leaves AOVs. How much VRAM do AOVs actually take? Can't say how pros do it, but there's a clear difference between grading and comping. Anyway, what I'm trying to say, with an engine like Octane and a workflow like yours, where you spend weeks on a single image and get it right in 3D, there's no need for that Hollywood pipeline. All we really do in terms of post is to warm up the image, so to speak. Grain, aberrations, this and that, the sweet artifacts. Yeah, I mean, I know, like, when people say comp, I always think about the whole post-production pipeline thing. So with comp, I don't mean the bringing picture elements together thing, like having the actor and then the 3D element together in one image. But what I mean is, like, in terms of if like a Hollywood pro would get a shot rendered in my scene with the look it has right now, what would he do? AOV VRAM usage depends on the resolution. There's a formula, but I can't remember it. And also, of course, on the amount of AOVs. Okay, so I don't know. That's actually what we're gonna do now. AOVs. So we need the AOV manager. And I need probably help with that. So how did that work again? So what do we want? We want reflections. And we want post. We want object IDs. We want object layer color maybe. So that's passes, right? I think they are passes. Emission, yes. Where's emission? Oh, I can look for that. Fancy emission. Emitters. That's the stuff. You want crypto instance ID? What's that? Why not CryptoMatter? I don't work with CryptoMatter. I don't use... I don't know how, and I use Photoshop, not After Effects. I think there's like... Wasn't there like tons of issues with CryptoMatter back in the day? Why? Why I use Photoshop and not After Effects? I never used CryptoMatter. So, can I use that's the question though? Can I use CryptoMatte? Can I use that with Photoshop? I mean, wait. We will make a test scene for all our AOV shit. So, but first we need to make sure we have transmission on. Maybe that. We probably won't need that. What else? That's pretty much it, right? Oh no, the light pass, light IDs. How do we do that now? So we still can do light pass ID, right? So I think the lampions already have that. Lampion orange. UV, yeah, that's the one. Wait, what's that? Okay. So fabric, and that's the material. Yes, sir, that looks wonky. I have no idea why, but it does. And this one has ID2. All right, so is there something like light pass ID? Yes, there is. So, can I set that in here? Or how do I do that? Or will it just, if I have this, it will just use all the passes I've set and render them out? That's a good question, right? Because here it's not there. Just light? Oh, really? That's confusing, but it says here ID. Okay. Ah, all right. So you can call it sun, right? Can we copy that? No. So sunlight would be this one. I probably don't need to set something in there, right? No. Wait, let me... That saddens me, but okay, since you're in Photoshop, it's fine, I guess. Dino's really angry with me for not using CryptoMat. I'm sorry. Thank you, Per, or Toby, as we say here, for your Prime sub. Appreciate it. Yes, it works with PS, but the EXR IO will create a layer for each material, and each object is seen will kill PS. Okay. I mean, we can still render it out, right? Okay, let me set the lights up, and then we talk about CryptoMat again. So that's that's 2. The lampions are 2. Then we have the sunlight. So we put in another one, call it lampion. And that's number 2. Then we have A, which is number 3. I don't know. Wait. Shouldn't that be lampion? Like that. So this is A. And then we have all these smaller ones, right? They don't keep their name there, don't bother. No, not angry, all good. I use I for pair stuff. Yeah, the thing, I never got around using After Effects for I know many people do that. Ash does it as well. He does all the posts in After Effects. I think, Raphael, you do that too, right? After Effects for post-production. I'm the only one who uses Photoshop, it seems. Hey, maybe guys, let's fire up After Effects and do the post in there. We can do that, right? Use Nuke or Fusion. I have Resolve. There's Fusion in there, right? It's really bad for 32-bit. Yes, it is. I think it's difficult to switch programs to something else because you know you won't be as good in the program. But I want to learn because there has to be like a reason why everyone is using After Effects, right? I'm honestly embarrassed you talented guys use A. Yes. Okay. And why isn't it keeping that name? Why is the name there in the first place when it can't do that? That's lame. So every other light should have ID 1, right? So we will just look for lights that need another ID. The fridge maybe, and the butt chuck. So fridge. Fritke, as they say in Germany. Which one is which though? Fridge A. Alright, so that's this one. And that's 4. So then I will just not name that. Light 4. And then for the strawberry butt chuck, add UV2. I think that's the one, yes. That will be 5. Great. What else? 876. Let's find 876. That's Neon. That's how it's called. Neon, yes. Six. There's the AOV manager. Almost running out of the other ones. That's just small LEDs. I think we keep them on layer 1. Okay. My AE backups is Resolve. So I have a problem. I switched to Resolve actually because Premiere wouldn't allow any shortcuts because I have a German keyboard with an English language setting in Windows. And Premiere doesn't like that. So I was like, I had the choice to change the English language setting in Windows to German just to make it work, or, well, use Resolve. And it was really easy and fast. Same with the was the case with object buffers within standard render. You can name them whatever you want. Still, the render path was called object buffer 1. Sucks. Yes. What's up, Emat? If you close and reopen the AOV manager, I think the names will be gone. Nice. That's epic. To be honest, I only use AE because people in the company use AE and refuse to learn Fusion. Yeah, but you can do, like, AE is still the way to go for motion graphics in 2D. If you want, like, text animation, you can do that in Fusion, really. Like, really complex stuff with, like, logo animations and bouncing balls and shit like that. Like, really hand-animated shit. You wouldn't do that in Fusion. Right? You can also use Fusion Standalone with the same license, by the way. Oh, really? Can I? But that's not real compositing either. Well, to be frank, in Elastic, we didn't do any compositing. I mean, when I was there wasn't much compositing to be done. It was just 3D stuff and color grading it, and that's it. And the hand animated stuff that Peter did. That changed a little. Okay, I couldn't know. All right, so Cryptomatte, right? So it's that. What was the other thing you guys said? Wait. Crypto instance ID. Is that Cryptomatte? Is that crypto instance ID, Dino? Is that the same thing? Yes, and you're probably not locked in anymore. You can still use it. I just installed Resolve on the other machine, so I had to free up the license. It's okay. Alex, can I still use it, or do I have to buy it now? It's part of Cryptomatte. Oh. Wait, what? Jesus. Help me, guys. What shall I use? Oh, by material, by object. Can I use several Cryptomattes? So can I just go in again and say, well, I want one for instance, I want one for objects. I mean, object node name, I don't know what's the difference between node name, and pin name. See, it's powerful. Well, that doesn't say it's powerful, it's just a bunch of names. I can't see that it's powerful just from a few options I have, sorry. I mean, you could also use material ID, an object ID. Material node name. But what's, like, can someone explain what's the difference between material node and material node name? So I know the Cryptomat creates like it looks like a material ID, but it's like deep image stuff, so you can pick it apart better. And you can do it with materials, with objects, with instances. But what's the difference for material node and node name? Material node name creates mats based on the materials. Same material name, same mat. All right. So it will go after the materials with the names. And this will just create one with instances. I see. Wouldn't it make sense if I just do one for the objects then? Sorry. Like that, just to be sure. So we have everything. Or is it like a VRAM issue then? That's 13 passes already. Can we save that actually? Oh, yes. Hello. Incredible. I don't know the logic, but in the video, for example, if you render by pieces, it generates masks of different colors. Node names generates the same color, even if you render by pieces. Instance gives you a mat for every single object in the scene. Okay, then maybe we don't need that. Thought that would be giving me a mat for every instance. Hello, Lucas. All right. So that's that. Let's say that works. Right? So we save. Hydrate. I don't have anything here. Wait, give me a second. Hello, I'm back. But Alex, are you still there? I will install Fusion then on the weekend. Can I do that? Am I allowed to do that? I might hit you up regarding that. Also, what you need to know is that cryptomats can become really huge in file size, especially if you have lots and lots of mats. Will that be a performance issue? I have a lot of space on my hard drive. That's not an issue. But if that makes the rendering take 50% longer, just because I have like 3 crypto mats in there, then I wouldn't probably do it. Or if it takes like 5 gigs of VRAM because crypto mat. Is that the thing, or is it like just taking up space because the EXR is big? Also, alright, no, the rendering won't take much long. It's not like in RS. Oh, I didn't use RS before. So, final. We will save the scene now for final, which means we save project with asset. Or maybe no, not yet. First we test it. So, high-res, final. Crazy, right? So for high-res, we can actually kill all these. Then we go here. We could actually override them. Or no. So we just do that. 10, I don't know, is 10 enough? The question is, how much VRAM does it take to render everything? So are we, Dino, are we talking about like a couple, like 200 megabytes of VRAM or a couple gigabyte? Okay. Okay, Emad, I can explain it to you. So, parallel samples, standard value is 16, which it's like it's using the CPU. I don't know. It creates tiles for the image, and the more tiles you have that can start or render at the same time, I don't know. It just uses more VRAM if you use that, but it's faster to render, and if you set it to a low value, it's slower to render, but snappier and uses less VRAM. That's the easy explanation. I don't actually know what it does under the hood. It has it creates like tiles, internal tiles, and I think that determines the size of them or the amount of them that can be rendered by the CPU or used by the CPU. Something like that. Easiest to try than to speculate. All right. So let's set that to 1 then. Hope for the best. Okay, we saved that. It's gonna crash, guys. I feel it. Like buckets in Arnold, then I don't know if it's buckets. RX, hello. Do you export in EXR? Yes, always. What compression do you recommend for files? DWAB. Are you already out of core? No. No, the problem with the live viewer is that I have different... The live viewer doesn't take... So if you have subdivision surface objects, right? You have editor and render. The IPR uses the editor subdivision, and they are different in some objects. Right? So I only get the true VRAM usage when I use the picture viewer. Octane always renders in buckets. Usually don't see them as a user. It's all behind the scenes, so don't expect buckets showing up. Do you comp EXR in Photoshop? Yes, but maybe we change that soon. Oh, didn't know that. Does it this number also affect the final render quality? No. Oh yeah, I always set the same for editor and picture viewer. Yes, usually I do that too, but because I'm streaming and this also has like a performance impact, I thought it would be better if we have different values for that. Does CryptoMat works in PS? I was told that it does with a plugin. Oh, also let's maybe turn off, because the second PC is still running. Let's turn that off. So, emitters. Nice. Okay, that's the direct emitters that don't have to pass an object. So we have reflection here. That's the SSS. That's translucency. That's the sunlight. That's that light. That's that light. That's that light. That's that light. And that's that light. Nice. That's CryptoMat. Instance ID. Okay, is that correct? Does that look right? I would definitely not jump into Photoshop for CryptoMats. I will try Fusion for sure. On the weekend I will do a test run with that. To check the CryptoMat, you have to set the render view to SDR. Where do I do that? What's SDR? Set the live view to LDR. What's LDR though? Is it like that? HDR linear? sRGB? Low dynamic range. Ah, okay, I see. Well, that looks funky. And post. I mean, that I just ran out for shits and giggles. We can probably do that in Fusion anyway. All right. So I suppose that works. Sweaty hands already. What else? Does Octane support mesh lights as light pass? I guess. Yes, it does. That's a mesh light. Well, it's a mesh with emissive material. And then you can use that as an ID. Since the latest Octane version, you can also use instance user ID as a cryptomat. Means you define your own mats by applying an Octane object tag and set it to custom ID in the tag. Which helps if you just want a few mats. I actually, before that, I used something called so I would just use the object color and then set it to this, this, or this. And then I could just pick that and use the channels for that in Photoshop. That always helped. It's, I guess, the same thing. But now we have cryptomats. In the same tab, there's an instance ID. Okay, so I could just say, okay, I want Bob. And then just say, okay, the whole Bob in itself is... It would be cool if we have layer IDs. Technically, we could give each of these an ID, right? That would be layer ID then, technically. Nice. Haven't seen that Octane does the lighting channels as well. Only knew it from Maxwell. Yeah, I think Maxwell was the first to do that. Adding Octane on all parents folder is not useful. I don't know. Is it useful? I would say it's useful. Okay, so if we do that, right? And then say instance ID. So let's start with 1. Because 0 is standard, right? Also, the object color is surpassed by custom mats, where you can have objects be stored in RGB channels, but you can do that for up to 60 objects. So that would be room. And where is it? So if we go the what is that then? User instance ID? Was that the one? Wait, where did you write a number there? Instance ID. Alright, user instance ID. Can you set it here or will it just automatically do that? So then we go back to LDR. Okay, so I don't know if I'm correct now. Also, what the fuck is going on? That does not look good. Oh, now we're back. Is that correct now? So I guess it will just... Everything else is just like set to 0. Because it has the standard. Does it, if you don't use a tag for that? I don't know. So maybe let's try it with pipes. If we put that to pipes, they should actually all change to the purple color. Right? I don't know. Yes, alright, it works. That means it works. Okay, then reset that. Then let's just do that with a few objects, like Bob, for example. Where's Bob? Alright, so Bob will get its own, his own ID, which would be number 3. I don't know what else. So the pipes, Bob, the room, maybe the shelves. That's number 4 then. There's so many confusing with these AOVs. Which would you say is really important? Like, I do a lot of animations, so wondering which could make my renders pop a bit more. I had no idea. There's no pop AOV. I usually, when I want to make something pop more, I have the reflection. And then I put that on top of that, like double the reflection pretty much, and make it way unrealistic, and then mask that with one of the other ones. Also, you can adjust the lighting and the strength of that, and like balance it a little bit better after the fact. So there's nothing to make it pop really. Okay, but let us think. What else? Fridges? The lamps maybe? No. Pop comes from good lighting. So don't take me as an example for that. The rugs. That's a great idea, Cornelius. Which one is it now? 5? That's 3. 4. Yes, 5 it is. Maybe slot machine. Where is that? There it is. So 6 would be you. Okay, I guess that's it. Gotcha. We also have all the other IDs and such, so it's okay. I mean, it's not a dumb question. It really is not a dumb question to make it more pop. I don't know. I wish I would know. I mean, I tend to Google stuff like how to make 3D rendering look good with post, how to do 3D rendering post work, how to do color grading, and it's always, I always find crap. So, kind of embarrassing. I even asked. No, don't feel embarrassed, please. I get schooled on a regular basis by my audience, so it's okay if my audience gets schooled sometimes as well. I mean, you saw how I set up AOVs, and we're like, I don't use cryptomats, and everyone lost their shit. I was like, such a noob. But hey, post-processing. Include environment. Okay. we want folders. So compression DWAB because yes, that's the final, right? So we call that wait. So we saved that. Still use Photoshop. Oh my god. Technical stream today. Yes. I mean, in like, probably will be done with everything in a bit, and then all we're gonna do is, I don't know, portfolio reviews, or we'll just model something, or do like a small side project for today. I don't know. Because we have to pass this day. Tomorrow will be no stream, and we will just render over the weekend. I don't know how long that will take, actually. Maybe it will take forever. I don't know. So I saved that, and then I will save that with assets. So we go to final and call it main shot. No. Why do not export in PSD file? Because EXR is an universal exchange format and PSD is not. PSD is Adobe. EXR is open. Like, no. It just makes more sense to use EXR. I also don't think PSD can't do... it can do 32-bit, but it can do compressions like that. Also, that's the wrong one. All right. So... let me think of something. Actually, so we have light 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. That's the major ones. But we don't have an actual pass for light 1, which is standard, right? So we would need to add that, like as a base. So we would just put that here and set that to 1. Also, no. Yeah, it missed all the names I gave it. Incredible. So that's 14 passes already. You don't use the denoise from Octane? No. It doesn't look good. I don't use denoise at all. If I can afford it. Sometimes I use, actually, but not from Octane. Also, yeah, sometimes I do that Topaz Labs thing, but usually I turn it on, look at it, and be like, no, let's go without it. But you will still save a PSB after working on your EXR, right? Yes. So the EXR will be loaded in passes, and this I put into Photoshop, and then comp it and color grade it and everything, and then I save it as a PSB. By the way, for the compression of XR, I use zips compression. There can be issues when using DWAA for high precision passes like motion vectors, etc. Turns out that zips are very good at keeping values and lightweight. But it's only if you're going to use nuke and stuff. I don't know. So this would be fairly big in file size. So I think the rule is the higher the list, the higher on that list, the bigger the file size and the less compression you have. So you would have zips would be much less compression but higher file size. Before I used DWAB, I used PIT-based wavelet, which is probably that one. It doesn't work that way. I'm pretty sure it does. But I'm not 100% sure. Like DWAB is actually not, like, it's compressed. It's not 32-bit entirely. It's like 16-bit something, right? It also worked better because you have less compression. It's easier to RAM it when decoding in comp software. Okay. I will go. I never had problems with DWAB, but I'm not sure if I because I want to render, I want to use Fusion the first time now. So I'm not sure. Now you make me think. Maybe we should do none. Like really big files. I can show you how I usually do the post work. Shall we have a look at that? It's embarrassing. I mean, it looks cool, but still. So, let's just open that. Yeah, Lucas, are you still here? I just got your message. Yes, it will arrive today, actually. So usually, Chat Ashley mentioned it exactly for Fusion and how fast it can load in animation. It turns out that zips are really great, especially for animation. Well, but I'm doing a still. Alex, are you here? Did you ever do Fusion comp and on post-production and color grading in with DWAB compression? Does that generally work, or is there something, is there like a culprit? Look how long that takes to open. So that's 2003, right? So what I would do, I have the 32-bit base, which is in a smart object, and there's like small corrections. When there was like something like in render error or I had regions, I would just put them together here, put them in a smart object, and then convert the whole thing to 16-bit. And then I would, like, that's how it looked out of render. Right? So it's like a really flat image with like, there's also fog in there. And I would just add post, which you can barely see, but it's there. Then I would add reflection passes. So I have all these passes, like I have reflection, like an additional reflection layer, and I would just mask like several elements out of there and then adjust the reflection for those. And that would make it pop more, as you say. Then I have like smaller fixes. Like for example, I wanted to make that piece of paper that was lying in that puddle. I wanted it to look like it's wet. So I would do that. I don't know what that is. That's probably a pass. Not a pass, a mask. Or is it? What is that? Oh, it's emission. It's a little blur on the emission. Then I had the fog. That would look like that. Then I had dust in the air, like small things. Then I had vignette. And then there would be color correction, which is like contrast and stuff like that. And on top of that, I usually put like a small scale, really soft noise layer. That's just like, you see, like a little bit grainy, and without it would look like almost no difference. Interesting. But I guess I know it's there. And that's usually how I do post or color grading. And that's all done in Photoshop. But yeah, for this one, we will try Fusion. Maybe it's way better to work with that. All right, so this one. So we have the final here, CORNERSTORE preview. Let's call it final 001. Then we have folders, and also we want to put it in here. By the way, in the color layer script from yesterday, do color presets work for you in S24? I work with R23 and there's no, it doesn't work. So there's nothing here. No preset. I think it's in here. No. I thought I had saved it, but apparently not. I will message him that maybe he will change it. Yeah. I didn't expect that he would just do that. I told him like thank you and stuff. And he was like, yeah, if you have more ideas, just let me know. Maybe we can do a list at some point. And just send it to him. A list with plugin ideas. Ivan asks, why Fusion? I don't know. I never used it for post-processing and color grading and stuff. And comping. And I mean, it's a tool that's exactly made for that. So I want to try it. Little plug, it was me who asked him for the script. Oh, really? So wait, your Twitter handle then is... Wait. Where have you been? Yeah, Wheeze one. So it's you. Wait. No. Okay, I'm already following you. Good. Are you going to show the post-process on stream? Yes. It's gonna be epic. Okay, so we have set it to 11K. Everything is set up. We could render that now. The final. I think. Let's go over our changes again to be really sure. And if everything renders. Octane DWA should automatically fall back to RLE or zip for high precision passes. I know I worked with OTOY devs on this last year. It definitely works on RNDR. Not sure though if Ahmed implemented it for C, for D. So wait, DWA you mean? Do you mean AB or AA? Or is that like the same? And A is just a different iteration or something. So I just want to know. I should be good with DWAB, right? Because I always used that. I never had actually any problems with that. Like I heard that there is that there's like very, if you have like extremely high, if you really pump the exposure in some very weird corner cases, that it can have limitations, but that it should generally, for the stuff I do on a daily basis, should be okay. So yeah. But I don't know much about EXR compression, I have to admit, so. Let's go. Oh! Nice. Hello to that. DW and DWAA stands for DreamWorks. They invented it and use it for all their productions. So if they are good with it, so should you. Nice. Marty, I have a question. Why Roberts? Wait. Sorry. Why Robert's head is not towards those Game Boys? Because he looks at us. He looks at you. It's reverse romance. Like, you know, romantic paintings. Everyone does like copy these. Like there was like in traditional art, there was the romantic period. Like romantic paintings. Right? And it's always like the most famous example for that would be Caspar David Friedrich. Caspar David Friedrich. And he always painted the observer. So we observe someone who's observing something. And you see that in all kinds of 3D renderings these days. That's just like a remix of those. Like you had at some point the invention of the landscape. Like in, I don't know, 200 years ago, a landscape wasn't something people talked about. There wasn't like, oh, look at this landscape. it's beautiful. We should take a picture of those or paint it, right? So when that happened at some point, that artist said, hey, landscape, amazing, right? We should paint that. And shortly after that, they invented the romantic period. Like, they didn't invent it, it was just a trend. And then they put like people in there that would observe the landscape. And we have that again today. We have all these Octane and 3D artists who just make landscapes with like small people looking at these landscapes. And it's nothing bad, really, but I thought, hey, maybe Bob should look at us, right? So that's the reason. Also, it's just like, I don't know, it's just like he's like distracted by looking up, like, hey you. He's not thinking anything, really. It's a robot. But yeah. Which one are we going for? With DOF or without? With. So we have like really nice fake anamorphic DOF. I don't know. It's just very slight. With a little bit of chroma and aberration. You can see it like it's like a little bit dented towards the edge of the screen. And in the middle it should be more evenly shaded like an egg. It's not too strong, it's at f6, but it's a good middle ground between being sharp enough to see all the details and having DOF in the scene, because DOF is live. Yes, Abu, you are right. It's totally fine. The only issue I found with DWA is with Cryptomat on some apps. There can only be one Friedrich. Who might that be? Okay, we crashed. So let's try that again. I hope that was an accident and not like a general problem. Oh, it's LDR again. Let's go for OCIO sRGB. The main idea about EXR compression is that you want to keep the file size small, but also get a very fast playback for animation while comping software reading files. The bigger compression, the harder for software to decode, hence caching slower. Ah, I get it. Was probably very hard to decide where to place the focus point on such an artwork with so many nice details. Yeah, I put it on Bob. But yeah, I think we still need like secondary shots and stuff so we can place the focus on different areas. Question, guys. If you would do a separate fog pass, so you don't want to render, so you want to render it like that, the final without fog, and then in a secondary run, you want to render fog. Back in the day, I would just turn all the diffuse materials black and just render the fog with that. So I have only the lights and nothing else really. No diffuse information, no reflection. And that would be the pass. Or what also is possible, that you just re-render the whole thing and have a volume pass and use that. It's still just put it in the main pass, enjoy the heat for days. The thing is, it will render too long and I want it to be separate. Isn't there a volumetric pass mat or something? Yeah, you can do that. But still, I just want to have like a really clean pass just for that. In any case, let's try that again. Did you manage to check some of the color management links I sent you a couple weeks ago? Colonel Kurtz, yes, but I didn't understand anything of that because I'm stupid. It was really hard. Like I had a read for like an hour on a weekend, but I was a little bit lost. There was just too much lingo I didn't understand because I don't come. It was very technical. I think your approach is probably still the way to go. Yeah, no old school approach, just a black diffuse matte on everything. Do you ever use a depth pass in Frischluft rather than in camera? No, I'd always do DOF in camera. Fake DOF sucks. I mean, back in the day it was really necessary because like it would make the difference of a day of rendering. But today it's just like, I don't know, it doesn't matter really. And yeah, you have the control and everything, but I would still go with real DOF if I can. If I could, I would fake the whole lens setup and have like a real build camera in there with all the aberration and shit. Okay, so that works. Emission, reflection. Yes, that's the sun. That's the light pass one. Yeah, that's the all the small LEDs and Bob's eyes. Nice. That's that. That's that. That's that. That's that. And that's that. And that's all the crypto shit. Okay. So let's check that part and then, I don't know, then we'll decide what we do after that. So Colonel Coates, do you have any input for stupid people that don't understand color science, or have like a basic understanding of color science? Is there some guide work can spend my weekends with that explains it like I'm 5? It took me a while to understand what linear workflow is. So like a few years back, I started using linear workflow, like, I don't know, 10 years ago or something, right? Before that. Oh, sorry. Yeah, it's the network. Shit. We are dropping frames. Help, help. No, we're actually not. Can you still see me? Can you hear me, at least? Are we golden, guys? I see dropped frames. I don't like. All right. So a few years back, I started using linear workflow, and it was like it took me a couple of weeks to wrap my head around that, and that the concept behind linear workflow isn't like that hard, right? So yeah, the whole OCIO color thing is still a little bit confusing. Backdoor. Poor GPUs can't hold up with that scene and streaming. Yeah. It should be fine now. Hello, Vogua. Hey, how are you? I have been on some work today. Well, congrats to you. Okay, that looks fine. I don't know. It's okay, I guess. We're using a lot of VRAM. God, it's gonna be so bad. I don't even know if we can render that in the end. We will see. But it renders, right? That's the main takeaway. For now, it renders. AG2DC.com. You can link here, by the way. You don't... it's no problem. One of the sites I cited last time has a really step-by-step explanation of most things, although the writer of it has some strange choices for words sometimes. But it's really nice intro. The other link I gave, I totally understand if it was overwhelming to start with. It is indeed very technical, and color theory is a rabbit hole that never ends. Yeah. So also, like, I like the voodoo of it, but I'm not like really... It's not something that is super exciting to me. And therefore, it's a little bit hard to dive into it. Sometimes, so if you have like a super technical explanation, be like, okay, I don't understand anything. And then you just like your mind wanders off and then you are a little bit lost there. Also, I have to, usually, if I want to keep an information, I have to read it for like 20 times and until the point I understand it and can keep it in my head. But I think that will come with time. That's usually the best thing is always when there's like someone explaining it to me like I'm a small child. It's like, so you want A to turn into B or something like that. I don't know. Okay, that looks fine. Let's reset that, save it, and hope I can render that overnight. Right, so what else do we do now? Guys, do you have any suggestion? Do we want me to look at something? Shall we model something? Shall we do portfolio reviews? Can I have a question? Yes, sure, Vogor. You have as many questions as you like. Charles Poynton is an expert on color science. He invented sRGB color space when he was working at HP with Microsoft. He has a FX PhD tutorials. He has FX PhD tutorials, and he was describing Asus in 2013. Imagine that. Oh, really? The first time I heard about Asus was like there was like a feature red thing from a website. It was FX Mac or something, and they talked about the Lego movie. Our work is not worthy of review. No, it is. Send it over. Let's do portfolio reviews. How can I get easy understand like GGX material? All right. So let's talk about BRDFs. BSDFs, sorry. That's so we have different models to calculate. No, let's not start there. Let's just do an example. I have a perfect idea. We'll just do a test here. So, I don't know, 200 meters. Perfect. No. What? That, and then, I don't know. Okay, maybe too much. Right? Right. And then we do this. No, we don't do this. Or do we do this? Yes, we do this. And then we create, let's just try and make sense of that. Here, this one. So that's GGX. That's Octane. And that's, I don't know, what is that? Choose one. STD. Do you guys want STDs? Pointness actually grew a very critique of Asus, as he should, mostly about its issue with gamut mapping or lack of, and the per channel RRT blowing up primaries. Oh god, I have no idea what you're talking about, Colonel Kutz. It's just like, it's just all words, and I'm like, okay, I guess. So stupid. All right, so do we use glossy? That's GJX, right? Yeah. So let's do this. And do, I don't know, 10%, maybe 20%. And roughness of 5. So, and then this gonna be octane. And that's gonna be STD. I have no idea if we are actually able to see that, but we can try. What HDRI do we use? HDRI. Are we gonna use big boy one or big tree? Let's use big tree as always. No, lol, I know, been there. I'm still there. When I hear those guys discuss with each other, never ends. I've heard when it comes to color, only a few people in the world actually know what the fuck they are talking about. I think we're all stupid when it comes to color. Probably. So, which one is GGX though? Is that the first one? Okay, so GGX, is that octane? That's octane. And that's STD. So the difference, so they are all using a BSDF model, right? The only difference is that the highlight that it's produced, like the, I don't know, Raphael had a really nice explanation for that I'm losing right now, but it's more like what happens with the reflection on the surface. How is that, like, interpreted by the BSDF model. So GGX does something different than Octane in that case. GGX is usually you have like a really highly dense... wait, can we actually see that with metallic maybe? Oh, okay. Like a really dense... Why is it not displaying? God, I hate it. Okay, never mind. It's this like the highlight point in the middle is really sharp, and then you have, or not sharp, and then you have like a fall off that blurs it out on the edge. That's GGX. Also GGX, if you set roughness to 1, it looks exactly like the diffuse. So if you have that and copy that and set that to diffuse and this to 0, it looks exactly the same, as you can see. And that's how it should be. So that's the where we set it to 1. If we have not the energy preserving model, but the normal one, okay, bad example, but it reflects differently. So it gets darker if you... Oh, actually, wait. That's the issue. Okay, which one is it now? GGX diffuse. Yes, and that's the normal GGX, right? Yeah, so they look the same if I set this to 1. And if I set it to energy preserving, it just... No, oh, damn, guys. When you have it set to 1 and not using the energy preserving model, in some cases it can be darker than it should be. So that's the idea behind it. And yeah, the highlight point is that's the difference really in these BRDF models, BSDF models, or the GGX or Octane, Backman, and so on. Oh shit, it's behind the camera. Sorry, I forgot that there's a camera. They just secretly pumped the reflection values behind the scene and call it energy preserving. Yeah, probably. So yeah, and when you put Octane to 1, you see it's not behaving like a diffuse material. It's still... It's like... still glossy. You can actually only set it to 1. But when you set it to GGX, it becomes glossy and energy preserving more so. Rough, I mean diffuse. So that's the reason why I use it. And it looks the best. So the point is a little bit different shadow point. Yeah, the highlight point, and that it is just more realistic when it comes to the energy preserving roughness workflow thing. Sometimes, like technically, something like a diffuse material does not exist. So you would... The only materials you would use is specularity, metallic, and glossy. Diffuse is just an easy way to do, if you use Octane, to have a rough material. right? So technically, if you have a rough material, like realistically, you would just set this to 1. Like 100% perfectly rough with GGX. So diffuse doesn't actually exist. There's always reflection and roughness. Or Fresnel. And obviously you have specularity and then you have metallic. Metallic does not have any diffuse amount. So you would set that to 0. Back in the day, you would just create, you would just use a glossy material, set the diffuse to 0 and the index to 1. And then you would use a fall off to create the correct amount of reflection for the edge. Like you still need like some sort of Fresnel that has an extinction coefficient and stuff, and you would pipe that in and make that manually. These days you can do that with complex IOR. Is that somewhere here? Probably not. Also, why is that still like shouldn't that be reflective? I have no idea what I'm doing here. Why is it not showing us the reflection? Really weird. Anyway, these days you can just use metallic. And have this IOR plus color. So you can use RGB values from a website, for example, refractive index. Is that still a thing? Do people still use that? Here it measures the metals. So you could go to, I don't know, iron. So that's the N value, the refractive index for metallic, and that's the extinction coefficient, right? So you have these two values. And then you could use these values. That's polarized measured light in each wavelength for red, blue, and green, and just copy that into these or these, and then have the correct measured visual thing for the metal. Why is there even a diffuse material in Octane? It creates overload with options. I think out of legacy reasons. Because you have older scenes, and back in the day, there was no GGX, and there was still the use for diffuse materials. I think that's the reason. But why is that not working? Am I doing something wrong? It's different when I use the composite material. There's like some setting I'm missing. Usually I just do that and then it's already set up and I can use metal here and it works. So like specularity is set to 1, specular map. Do I have that here? If I set that to metallic. Ah, okay, I see. And then I have to set that to white because I want to activate that, right? Okay, no, I have no idea what I'm doing. Oh, artistic. Interesting. What's that now? Maybe I should recreate that entirely. So material. That would be metallic. Can we still see it? Roughness is set to 0. Now it works. Okay. Yeah, and here, that's the artistic way. You could also just pipe in that into specular. And it would be like, I don't know, like gold, like that. But the correct way would be using that website. So let's say we want gold. Can you just put in these? Wait. No. Let's try that. The refractive index is that. And that's the extinction coefficient. Is that? I don't know if that's the right one. It should be golden. It's not gold though. But you can also just do that. Okay, so that's for the RGB. Wait, where is the value for that on that website? So there has to be the RGB value. Is it that? Give me a second. So we're just playing around with that. And this would be 0. No, that's wrong. Maybe it's here. Oh, also it's the same value for all of them. In and out. I have no idea how to read that site. I forgot. Back in the day, oh, I remember. Back in the day, you had like wavelengths for R, G, and B. You put them in there and then you would copy the values. I see. So, what's the wavelength for green? Red wavelength. Is there a list? So on that website, that would be like that. And then you put in red, green, blue, and it put in all the numbers and then you had the measured amount. But what I do is I set it to artistic and just put in that thing. And that's it. But yes. So sorry. Super sidetracked now. But yeah. What else shall we do, guys? We have a whole day of us ahead of us. We can do everything you guys want. I can model something. I can build daily. I can answer questions. You can send me your portfolio. You can tell me stuff I do wrong. Just don't make me cry. I don't know. You can review my work. Can we go to the hallway project? Which one? The one with the pipes. I have several hallways with pipes. Do you mean... wait. Do you mean this one? Or this one? The one with the water. All right. Yeah, we can do that. Which one is that? Vitamin new. That's the one. So yes, camera effects. Interesting. Yeah, so that's the piece. It actually was animated at one point. What do you guys want to know? So there's particles everywhere that are invisible. Like small particles on the water, in the water body. Then we have particles on the top. And the water body itself has a volume. So there's a volume that's just a cube here with fog. How did you make the pipes? They are a pipe kit. Can show you that. So pipe kit, really easy stuff. Pipe framework, I call it. Interesting. So that's the pipe kit. It's just pre-made parts of pipes that I would stick together. It's very inefficient and slow to do it like that. But I thought, hey, let's change it up. And you can do like T-junctions. That's easier that way. You can't do that with a spline, really. And yes, so the volume... I can show that actually. You can just render that, shall we? Just turn that off. I hope it works now. So, the water surface is just a plane. Giving away all the secrets now. One soul and two bodies sounds better, yes. So, yeah, it's pretty much just that. So you have the volume. If you turn that off, it will just be that. And the top layer is really just a higher poly water body with displacement. Wait, this one. So it's a formula thing which creates like ripples, and I put that everywhere where the monitor peeks through. And then I had the displacer. That so it looks a little bit more like water. And then tons of DOF. Right? And that is really just... It's just fake. And then the fog really sells it. And again, the fog is just a volume that's there to the waterline with like, I think there's like a little bit of blending going on. Isn't there blending? Edge feather. No, there's actually not even that. And you add dirt on the edge of the water. For the monitors, you mean? Let me check. Yeah. So there's like a little notch around that's barely visible though. So it's not giving it like does not have a big effect or anything. But yes, that's it, really. Any other question, guys? Good morning, BC. Hello, mister. How are you? So, can we check the white bright panel material too? Yes, that's, you mean the on the ceiling. I think it's just emission, and then on top of it, it's UVs that block certain parts of the light, and then reflection on top of that, and then we mix the emission, the amount with the plus texture. So I made a texture for the dirt. No, that's the wrong one. Right, so there's like these small pluses and that dirt thing that was just done in Substance Painter. And then I just built up like used that to build the material, the emission material. And that's the same wall we have in the corner store. That's the go-to wall. Yeah, and then we have depth of field, chromatic aberration, and like post-work. That the post-work is completely done in camera raw. There's no layers or anything, it's just camera raw. The idea was to just pretend that I took a photo and then work in that. The asphalt in 52 Hz is still blowing my mind. Yeah, that's really, we can open 52 Hz. It's really old now. If you want to see how I did the asphalt. Do I actually have the 3D scene here? Is that? Is it here? Let's use that. So that's that. I wonder how fast that is. Is that now super fast? Or is it like super? So the asphalt is really also always the same car. Nice. The asphalt, where's the phone booth? Or where's the camera? That's the important question. So let's go to the camera, because that's where the asphalt is. So the asphalt really is these patches here that have like a bump texture thing. And then there is also, if you disable this one, which is like the work plate, I called it, we have all these planes here. And they have a displacement material that looks a little bit like can we actually show that? Debris. I think that's that one. Yeah, that as far as go, use texture bombing and patches to hide the tile, or how you made it. So I have like the base for that wasn't that crazy. I just had this, put that on a plane and put that through the top plane really. I don't know how to explain that. Right, so that's displacement. It's a 32-bit map. And this is on top of these. And I could place them wherever I want, and it would just peek through the top layer, which is that one, because it's displacement, right? So it's placed under it, and then the displaced part would just peek through that. And in the end, it would look like 52 hertz, like the piece we know. It was really lucky that it turned out that well, actually. I was like, but wait, there is like the process, there's like this previews. Oh yes, so in it, that was the first trial, was that just to come up with something. So that's just like a texture for the asphalt. I don't know where I got it from actually. I think it is from Quixel, before Quixel was Quixel or something like that. I don't know, or textures.com. And then it was like experimenting with that. Now here you see I had already had these patches and was like, okay, if I just offset them, give them the same material, or make it a little bit less rough or more rough, I can have like a result. Obviously you can see back here we have all that tiling, but you wouldn't see that anyway in the end. And then it was like slowly building upon that and building these things. In the beginning I thought I would still have like a sky, but the problem was I used a 980 Ti to render that, and I didn't have enough VRAM to get a high-res HDI in there. Right, so I changed the HDI and made it like super foggy after a while. So that's an HDI called Dutch Skies. I don't know if you guys know that. It's pretty famous, but that's the low-res version of it. Here I had a high-res version. It wasn't high-res enough. Also, that scene is incredibly unoptimized. You could do so much crazy stuff with that in terms of like I was really sloppy with VRAM and poly count, like incredibly sloppy, even more than today. So yeah, we had different sky. I thought, hey, we would make it like a morning thing or something. I played around with that. Like can you see that? These stairs, they are super high poly. That's like 1 million polygons or something. It's like stupid. Yeah, and then we changed it up again. And then I thought, hey, let's just do the fog thing. And be like, yeah. Then I was like, okay, let's place the red astronaut here, just standing there or leaning there with the phone in the hand, and then it was like that. Like that was just like really, oh, okay, let's try making him float, and was like, oh, nice, actually works. And then I placed that spotlight and made it bigger. So that's pre-post work. It looks like that, super like yellowish and orangey. And with the post work, it would slowly turn into that thing here. Yeah, that's another shot with a clean phone booth. Yeah. I wonder how it would look like if I render that now, because like the engine changed so much. Can we just do that? There's no rainbow colors in your layer. Disappointed. Off topic, for those who use RenderQ, how can I make C4D stop saving an extra file? Oh yeah, I have that too. I mean, in addition to the Octane EXR, it also saves the file that I don't know where it's from. The render queue assumes that it uses so the Octane save dialog piggybacks the render queue. If that makes sense. Can I open that? No. Wait, give me a second. When it renders. Yeah, so the Octane queue, the C4D queue will always assume that there's like something in here. Even if you disable that, it will use that and save like an EXR version or something like that of the scene. And this is just in addition to that, really. Oh, here you can see my old settings. It was before there was EXR Octane, so it was a fake EXR. It was like a clamped, tone-mapped EXR that I saved with a zip. No AOVs. And 8,000 times 4,800. Yeah, and it would look like that. Damn, it's so fast now. AOVs are arbitrary output variables. That's a multipass, a fancy word for multipass. So it's not possible. I haven't found a way, Andre. I think that it should be possible, but I don't know how. Damn, it's really fast. Back in the day, that took like 5 minutes to render that. By the way, speaking of fast, I will just go for little boys. Be right back. Hello. Just give me a second, guys. Is there still network rendering enabled in this one even? No, it's not. All right. In your 608880 project, how did you make the wall edges so good sculpting? No, there was a plugin for that. That's called Worn Edges, but it doesn't exist anymore. Or maybe we can try it. Give me a second. So that was that, right? 50 turrets. We all saw it. Incredible. So it still renders, which is cool to know. So we had that software called Cinema 4D. Is it Maxon? Maxon R13. There was still a 32-bit version of Cinema 4D back then. So let's just open Cinema 4D R13 and I can show you that plugin. Good morning, Gurnch. How are you doing? RX Snako, by the way, about the extra file, you know about C4D add, right? There's an easy way to clean from your computer from projects that do not need them already. Are there any free alternatives for C4D? Yes, Blender. Oh god. He made me say it. You could set the autosave folder to one folder on the PC and just clean it on the regular intervals. So yeah. Oh, it's so old school. Look at that. So that's C4D, right? And we had a cool plugin called Worn Edges back in the day, and I would just do that. Create worn edges. And you could say, I want that. I don't know, chip depth. Maybe don't use or use that. I don't know. Stuff like that. Could say number of attacks, random seed. Yeah. And that plugin was written by 2 students of a university as an example for their bachelor thesis or something. And it was not like it was vanished from the internet. Nobody had it anymore. The website is down and everything. And in the C4D beta forum, someone found it on their old hard drive and gave it to me. And that Worn Edge plugin, everyone is asking me about that. There's like every week I get an email or message somewhere from someone asking about that plugin. And yeah, so there's no version that works with current gen C4D for that. So maybe a 202 could rewrite that one. That would be nice, right? I'm pretty sure I might find that plugin somewhere still. Yeah, I mean, I have it here. I can share it. The thing is, it won't run on S24 or above. I think the last version it ran with was R17 or R13 or something like that. I also started with R8 Abu. That effect can be recreated with displacer and bool. Yeah, but it's still like it's much handier to do it with that way. I don't know. I always found that this plugin did it like more performant. And yes. But yeah, that's R13. Grange, by the way, to give you an update. So we finished it all. We set AOVs. And now we just wait. And I answer questions and do reviews. So guys, if you have portfolio reviews, or I shall look at your websites or Instagram profiles, or I don't know, just hit me up and I will do it. Back in the day, that Worn Edges plugin was ultra slow on these old Pentium 4 processors that everyone used. But today it's blazingly fast. So, what else do we have? Or if you have any questions, guys. So it's today's free choose your topic day. Not a portfolio project, but a project I worked on last year. I did all the illustrations, animations, and sounds. Jesus, is that real? Is that in browser 3D? Look at that, Abu. Well, that is some incredible shit. That's a swan. The bitches of the lake. They're really mean. I know a certain German rapper who punched one. Incredible. Oh. What's that? A boo. Okay, never mind. Well, that's some cool website. There are German rappers? Yes. Some of them are German. Alright. Yeah, I liked it, Abu. Look, this is cool. It looks like a lot of work. Oh. Did I find a secret? That's the Muschelbett. Epic. Oh, what's that? Well, that's some small details here. Okay. Adam Tarosic. Hello. Not sure if this is a USA only thing, but today's stream is cool. Wait, sorry. But today's stream is like school when the teacher would bring in this TV card on a free day. Yeah, or we had that too in Germany when the teacher was like, "Oh, I don't want to do work today. I'm hungover." He would just bring that in. We watch a 2-hour movie. Everyone would just shut up. And the teacher could just read or correct tests or something like that in peace. So that was even with all my horrible schoolmates that were loud and everything, he would just put in like a movie and it was okay. Everyone would shut up. Thanks, guys. I actually had to use Blender for that because C4D GLTF export wasn't good enough. Did you know it was free back then? Oh, yeah. I have this project I did in C4D Redshift that I want to remake in the Unreal Engine soon. Maybe some critiques would help me to improve it. Okay, let's check it out, meets. Moroccan olive oil. Well, that looks like it's still live. Cool with the GIF. I like that. Okay, right off the bat, I can tell you something that I don't like, but let's wait. Okay. So wait. So what I don't like is there's this. It's good for atmosphere and stuff, but there's like this because like it's a product shot, right? And it kind of obstructs the thing I want to see, and that this yellow fog volumetric thing that's just like on top of that. And I feel like that was my first thought was I want to see more of the scene, and it's so distracting. Also in the presentation of the project, there's no version where I have a clean shot without any of the type with the text. I just want the image alone without any text. I only have the crops here, but not the complete picture. But other than that, it's cool. It's just like a taste thing. I mean, there's also probably people who really like the atmospheric stuff. Maybe the clients wanted that, so I don't know. But for me personally, I would say, oh, get rid of that. I want to see more of the scene. just want to have the really the high-res one and top of me and look at all the details and stuff. Right. But it's cool. Me likey. Is the Brett a 3D scan? Looks like a 3D scan, right? So everyone higher meets. Wait, let me check the chat. One of my work with a friend if you want. Oh wait. Okay. Maybe I should post that I do portfolio reviews now. Very nice. Makes me want to eat hummus now. It's better in that pic. That orange light is fake in After Effects. Bad move. Well, it's not bad. It's just a taste thing. It's just like I can only tell you my perspective. Because maybe there are people who like that. I think you showed that already. But let's look at it again. That's the cyberpunk apartment thing, right? Woo! No, we had like the 3D version of that where you could just move around in there, right? Oh yeah, the 360. Yeah, that's what I meant. Well, cool. Looks like a lot of work. So wait, let's check the website. So that's, okay. So that's the hub, and here I can go to the 360-degree thing. So for what was that project? Is that like a client thing or like just the personal project? Oh, it's French. I don't understand.
Enfin, faut que je foute du scotch de partout comme d'habitude. Je sais pas comment j'arrive encore à respirer ici. Bon allez, il faut que je m'occupe de ce convertisseur d'énergie avant qu'il me lâche. Ce serait stupide d'arrêter si près du but.
Oh, French sounds amazing. I wanna speak French.
Allez, une pizza pour le déjeuner. Je me rappelle encore découvrir cette machine quand j'étais gosse. Ça me faisait tellement rêver de voir tous mes plats préférés se construire. Télécharger de nouvelles recettes sans dire à mes parents. Mais en vrai, tous ces putains de plats ont le même goût. Franchement, mes tomates sont bien meilleures, même sans la chaleur d'un soleil. Je pourrais même m'approcher d'une étoile.
Is that your voice, Tommy? Is that you who speaks there?
Pour retrouver un peu de confort. Comment ce caillou a-t-il pu tout changer? Je serai encore avec vous, mes chéris. Si ce putain de rocher n'avait pas tout chamboulé. Tous ces cons qui se droguent avec cette merde auraient pu nous faire économiser des dizaines d'années.
He said merde.
D'utiliser la pierre comme
That a YouTuber voice.
Et je serais certainement pas parti. Ouais, enfin. Dans tous les cas, je devais du fric à M87. Ce poster est si ironique. Dire que j'ai posé pour une campagne de M87.
Is that you?
Ils m'ont pris en otage pour aller chercher l'origine de cette merde.
Who's that?
Ils m'ont promis tellement de choses.
That's you, right? That has to be you. Tommy. Or someone involved in the project. Damn, you have an astronaut suit? Also handsome. You look handsome. What a handsome man. I can say that. I don't feel bad about that. You look like a model, Tommy. Give it up for Tommy. And Tommy has his own astronaut suit, apparently. Or is that photoshopped? Nope, that's a NASA photo. Okay, but still, that's a cool move to put your face into a NASA photo and be like, hey, and these your kids, right? Yeah, but I like it. I don't know. I never had like, never did like a 360 video where you can do that. It's probably a lot of work in terms of processing, right? He looks like Alan Wake. Oh yes, from that video game, right? I would love to get one, an astronaut suit. Oh, me too. But there are only like a handful. And they are expensive. And yes, actually, that's also not an astronaut suit. It's a re-entry suit. But yes, so a proper astronaut, like we can do outside missions and stuff in space with its own atmosphere and everything. It's there's no price tag for that. They only have like 12 of those, probably. And they're all expensive. Very, very expensive. Like a couple of, like maybe, I don't know, 50 million or something like that. Like incredibly expensive.
Plus qui est vrai. Je suis même pas certain qui ça vaut je suis.
All right. Alex writes, have you ever lost a word about this project, Corny? Don't think so. Okay, Alex is... Alex wants to show off. So Alex and Olaf and a bunch of other guys spent half a year on that. I've heard. Shall we watch it? Guys, do you want to watch it? Yes, let's do it.
Sometimes, all we want to do is hide. But what if tomorrow we don't wake? And something old stirs from beneath. Calling. A sound. It provokes us into action. This is my story. This is our journey. This is your adventure.
Look at that. There he is. Alex, you are insane. Now, honestly, I don't think you have said anything about it, didn't I? I'm sorry. It was not meant to be. Was no, not by design. I hope I didn't offend you. But it's incredible. I know you showed me some of the stuff when you guys were done with it, and showed me like some of the work in progress things you did. But it's like the render time must have been insane. These I liked the most, I think, these shots. With the reflection on the helmet and everything, it looks super slick. Also that, is that like an anamorphic lens flare? Do you have that sometimes, that there's like this cube? I don't know how you would call it. Is that the opening for the housing frame of the lens? Does that come from that? Because sometimes in anamorphic lens you have like the square opening for the housing where the I think they're Lomo square front that kind of flares like that. Ah, okay. And that flare was that post, right? Probably. I don't know any engine that would create such a flare. Yeah, it's nice. Look at that. Yeah, so that was done by Revenant. Guys, do you know Revenant? It's a studio. And they do some pretty solid things. Character montage. Okay. Jesus. All that making of. There he is again. Good old video copilot. Nice. Is there a video copilot for Fusion? Like the optical flares? Or did you do that in After Effects, Alex? Was that After Effects? Nope, had to open AE. Okay, guys. Is there more? Input. I look at everything you sent me. Shoutouts to optical flares. Any questions? Anyone want me back from lunch? We going portfolio review? We can do that, Catalu, if you want to show us something. Something for review, or I don't know. Just if you just want to show off and don't want any feedback, that's fine too. Maybe I should post that I'm doing portfolio reviews now. Kernet the font. By the way, cool name. 5 years old, but your 52 Hertz inspired me to do this. Nice. Hotel Belmore. Do you want any input on that or just show it? Got a day version too. Is that on your account here, Tim? Can I call you Tim? Sorry. Tim Taylor. Where's the day version? Here it is. So my input would be, what I don't like is that the dirtiness of these, it looks too generic for my taste, too dirty. Because in the dark version, it's just like dark spots. And in the lighter version, it's okay. Oh, you did all the UVs and everything. Nice. Jesus. That looks like a lot of work. Wait, is there more here? No. Yeah, so that's also a thing I think I would struggle with. I never did like an exterior scene where I had like a whole building. Well, no, I did. 6088 AD, right? And I know exactly that I struggled with that. Because I had these big surfaces and I had repetition the whole time. Like what would show obviously like obvious tiling. And what I did back then was just use like texture bombing with a noise, a 3D noise. But that's not always the way to go, especially if you want to have like a clean wall or a cleaner wall. So having like big surfaces in 3D that should like look kind of interesting. I still think that's like a big problem area. Like when I did the last drop, sorry guys to interrupt the portfolio review right now, but so I had a picture planned that was called The Death of Saul, and I wanted to do like I wanted to do like a hallway with like a damaged wall, but I couldn't, by the love of God, could not make it work in a way that it would look cool. I had so many problems with that I just abandoned the project after 3 days of work. Was just like, no, it's not looking good. It's too much. I don't know. Was never like in a place where I thought, hey, that's a cool concept. Let's do that. So that's actually that was supposed to be the hallway from 6088 AD where the robot and Saul were standing in front with the, you know, with the Zomax sign here. Like this gate thing. But never made it to a point where I was like, oh, okay. And it was also due to the fact that I couldn't make the walls work in a satisfying way. I mean, the fog looks good with the volumetrics and everything, but other than that, it was just like really a pain in the ass to do that. And I know, like on Twitter, I had that thing that I liked. Back in the day. Where's that? This, right? And people were like, yeah, you should make something like that. And there was like this shot. Like this one. And getting the textures for like that portion right. I think that's so hard. Or like even that. If you look at it, you would say, hey, it's just a generic brick texture, right? But there's like so many small details and stuff that's different from tile to tile that could be actually like really difficult to nail it. Because it's also like the whole picture is very clean if you look at it, right? But then you have these areas where it's just incredible amounts of details in a not overloading way. They're just like very subtle understated. And I think getting it to that point, like that's obviously not 3D, it's a photograph, right? But also these details here, and they are not just into your face. And it's really, to fine tune it to that degree, it's incredible amounts of work, I think. No, that's not 3D, that's a photograph. Obviously, it's like matching that in 3D would be really hard. But yes, like the light and everything is super crazy. Also here, it's amazing. That one. I mean, there are textures like that for the street and everything, but still. Yes, so that was my 2 cents regarding texturing. So I know the pain of, or I understand the pain of texturing like huge surfaces like that. The lighting of those are faked, right? No, it's just like, it's real light. It's just a photo. Somebody went outside and took a photo. It's not, nothing is fake. So there's just an empty street in the morning. And yeah, probably did some Lightroom on that, but the light is not fake. It's just like probably contrast and stuff like that. But I don't think that's a fake thing. Okay, who else sent something? By the way, most of it was rendered on RNDR, total lifesaver. I agree. RNDR is a total lifesaver. Prash sent something. This is my first featured project on Behance. Let's see it. So. Oh, nice. Really nice so far. I actually like the idea of building a studio with like, is that... So, question. Are these emitting lights? Is that really like... So, are they emitting light and this is really like a real studio setup that is working? Or is it just like fake? So all the studio setup works because they are emitting light and it's just like they create the studio look, really. That's cool. Even cooler would be that there's this video where Jeremy Cox recreates a camera, builds a camera in 3D, right? And he's pretty much pointing a pinhole camera into the lens system of a real camera and rendering through actual 3D lenses with like a prism and everything. And he made a video presentation about that. And imagine you do that with that. Like I don't think that works in Octane or Redshift. You need like a metropolitan light transport, beat directional path tracer thing, like something like Indigo can do that. So you can like fire lasers into prisms and it will create realistic caustics that won't render that long, but still that's like a cool thing to think about, that you would actually have like the 3D camera capture that. The camera was done in Redshift. No. That's not true, Tobias. It was done in Indigo. Or the one... Is it? No. Wait, let's check it out. 100% sure.
probably shouldn't say this, but I think it was a maybe not a legal version of the software at the time. But I'll play it for you right now. And I think it might have been our...
Redshift can't do that, Tobias. Redshift is not capable of doing metropolitan night transport path tracing.
8.5 or so. And we were talking last night, and people were talking about, as we wanted to change, as I said, all this, which bounces around. Essentially, it corrects for the flipping that the lens does, and then it comes out the eyepiece, and that's what you're looking at. So, like, you know, how hard could that be? So the main thing I didn't really understand completely yet was the pentaprism, which is what this is. So it's a piece of glass that essentially has mirrored sides on it, which mean that when through it, and you can see it's literally, it's almost like it's unfolding itself, or it's folding in on itself. This was it, but unfortunately I think we had about half an hour left in this presentation, so clearly it's not it. There's some other details I need to figure out here. And what you'll notice is if I actually rotate the camera around, we're actually getting a bit of...
Here he still uses Redshift, but he switches to Indigo because it won't work in Redshift.
Parallax in the system. You can see how and rather
See?
than just go all in and just sort of take the scene I already had, just try putting that focus screen in there, I wanted to kind of take a step back. And I really wanted to sort of start as simple as I could and work.
Yeah, he started with Redshift, but then it was like Redshift can do that. And then he went to Indigo.
My way towards that, really to understand the entire process. So this, as simple as you could go, would be like this, a pinhole camera. And rather than describe it, what it is, I actually, when I was a kid, I saw but here's how I set it up in Cinema 4D. So I've got my scene on the right. Plan is, what's supposed to happen is the light will come in, abstraction to it that I think is kind of cool. But
that's all Indigo.
That circle right there, that highlight that's on the teapot, that's actually what you were seeing with that one little dot on the side. So here again, just to show you how it's working, this is a render from the outside of my pinhole camera, and then if I do a little cutaway, you can actually see how you're seeing the projection of that scene out there from that little pinhole off into the backside of that box. And this is cheated a little bit. The exposure needed to get the image on the inside is so extremely different from the outside that in fact that would be completely white on the right side, but it's close enough for an example to kind of show how it's working. And so once I messed with things, like this is kind of the quality of render I was getting, which I actually think is, again, I think it's kind of beautiful. I think there's like a nice soft painterly quality to it that I'm actually kind of a fan of. But it's obviously not an efficient way of rendering, but I'm unbiased renderer, so maybe someone can explain to me later what the difference is there. But then bidirectional path tracing, that's kind of a combination of what I described earlier, where rays are actually coming from the light sources like in the real world, but they are also coming from the camera, and then there's a sort of pointed convergence where they're both found. And then the MLT path tracing is the combination of the two of them. But generally, for my purposes, for these tests, I found that MLT and MLT path tracing were by far the most efficient ways to do it. And if I was just doing normal path tracing, the renders would be hours and hours and hours, and then with this, it would be 5 or 10 minutes to get a decent render. All right, so let's get back to the actual interesting stuff. So here, you can see I've actually put a lens now, that lens I made earlier. I'm putting that in front of my box. So now, I'm putting these balls sort of in the distance because what I want to do is actually measure the depth of field, because now that I have a lens.
Octane is bidirectional path tracer. No. It's, or is it? I don't know. Actually, no idea.
Sort of a focal point of it. You can see if I flip around, you can see that's what I'm seeing at my camera. You're seeing the scene. And then again, I have my camera pointing inwards at the back wall. I have it flipped upside down just so I'm not having to correct it later. It's just the balls I put in space. It's kind of copied those diagrams without using just some Espresso. And it's all actually really simple, even though Espresso makes everything look complicated. The only complicated part is I do have a sort of a spline preview that takes some spherical lenses. Okay, so I figured out how to make lenses. It's kind of a tangent, but I still have so what you can do when the aperture is all the way open, so literally there's essentially no aperture, and I found that I was getting these crazy sort of chromatic hoops going around. Adjusting the aperture to see how that affects depth of field. You can see on the back, the second plane that's behind it, how in and out.
So this is not possible in Redshift. That's not even in Octane.
Because that becomes but I never found a solve for it. The one nice thing is I was able to average all of those frames together and come up with one really nice clean render. So that's the one nice thing that came from that. So you're probably asking, what about that focusing screen that I talked about probably 15 minutes ago that I kind of forgot about. So that was the whole reason we did this Indigo experiment. And
Yeah, so this is way too long to watch it entirely now. Also, I don't want to steal his views. If you want, you can just check out the link I posted. But like, to make it short, he built a camera with a lens and rendered through that. And it's incredible. It's very slow though, and CPU only. It looks like that. So you get all the aberration and everything.
there's a mirror.
You
focus
can see it.
screen, and then there's the pentaprism. So all the things we just talked about, and then this is just a bunch of this is literally my picture view where I just kicked out every single render I did in the process. This is just me trying to calibrate it, trying to like figure everything out, trying to figure out, oh, this needs to move a little this way. My focus on the real camera needs to be, et cetera. So this is just me trying to troubleshoot. And then once I rendered it, I ended up with this, which was exactly what I had hoped to end up with at the end, which is kind of underwhelming, honestly, because it's one of those things where I spent all this time trying to accomplish it, and then I do it, and then kind of, well, what's next? Here's a just static camera in the viewfinder, and this is just moving the inner barrel of the
They even have the focus pumping.
and forward and back. So essentially it's moving the lens forward and back. And again, like I talked about, that's what focusing is. So you can see here how you're getting the actual depth of field racking between these objects. And this isn't Cinema 4D depth of field. This isn't something or Indigo depth of field. This is the lenses that I have created actually generating that depth of field. The aperture in the Indigo camera is something astronomical. You can't turn it off. You can't like not have depth of field in Indigo because it's physically what it does, but you can set the aperture so astronomically small.
In Germany, you could get a master's degree with a project like that. You could, yes, I got a bachelor's degree with how like 1/100 of that. No, he just used MLT, and I mean, you can do that. He just did it. So, no, but it's every time I see that thing, I watched it a couple of times. Every time it's mind blowing. So yes, Toby, let's agree we're both right. He used Redshift and Indigo. Shall we do that? Can we agree on that? Because he used Redshift. And he also used Indigo. So both we're both right. Hello, welcome. Love Sickness. How are you doing? So if you guys, anyone in the chat who just tuned in, if you guys want to show off a video or project you made, just send it over. We will look at it. I review it if you want. I give you some input if you like. Yeah, so we can do that. Abu sent something. No critique needed. I'm aware of the many flaws, but I still wanted to share. This was a project for a course in university where we had to create an intro for a fictitious TV show intro. Music is copyrighted, so beware. Okay. So we will mute that. Everyone is still using Vimeo. I would say I tried Redshift, didn't work, switch to Indigo. I actually have an Indigo license. Is Indigo still out there? Indigo render. Is that still in existence? Looks like it. Yes. It's CPU only though. So that's a little bit slow. Also for Blender. Nice. But yes. Okay, so let's have a look. Netflix presents. Wait, shall we do it with our own music? It looks a little bit like one of these Raoul Marx openings for HBO shows, like the musical version of the you know, Westworld intro or something. Like that style, you know, when they have like these show openings and then they use have the focus on like relevant objects for the TV show, and then they show it off, and it's like lighted, everything is like nicely lit, and you know what I'm talking about, right? Ooh, nice, some destruction here. The only thing I would say right now, like that immediately went to my attention, that's some blurry liquid. It looks like it has like a roughness to it. Oh, Germsy, I was just made aware that you are here. Sorry, I didn't see you. So, guys. Shit. Okay, the names. Germsy, are you still here? So, Germsy is Jeremy Cox, who did the camera. I'm sorry, I was just like, what? We actually messaged like with the astronaut you sent me. Why did I miss that now? Okay, I couldn't connect the dots. Hi. So, Germsy, do you know? Are you still using that method? Did you experiment on the camera setup? Did you use that for any project? Imagine rendering that with that. That would be so cool. I wonder if we are at some point get a GPU version of MTL. He's been here for a whole time. Yeah, the thing is, I get the names mixed up. And Germsy, I don't know. It's just like there's so many people in the chat, and I sometimes mix them up, and then I don't know who is behind that name anymore. Because you guys have different names everywhere. No, I didn't use it for anything useful, just having fun. Yeah, so my plan was to use it for that blitz scene. Right, so I made that aerial bomb thing some years ago. And I was like, yeah, I'm gonna rebuild the camera, and then we rendered it with that, and then Raphael told me, yeah, you can't do that with Octane. So you need Indigo. And I was like, lame. But and I still think you can't really do that with the new one. We have the photon kernel, right, where you can create caustics, but that's not the whole pipeline for the photons that the photons have to travel through. It won't complete the whole set of features you would need to build an actual camera. I even think like a pinhole camera wouldn't even work. I think I tested it actually. He wrote that Cycles could do it in theory. How about some Blender sessions? Well, I don't know how to use Blender though. That's a problem. How dare you, Abu? But yeah, I don't know. Indigo. Maybe I have to. I have to do a piece in Indigo then, just for the camera magic. No, but it's still to this day, Jermsy. I showed that to Ash actually. Ash taught me, was also like, what the fuck is he? What? How? And everyone I showed that to, it's like every other month I sent that to someone and like, yeah, he did it. He's the mad lad that built a camera in 3D and made it work. Happy to send you my setup to play with if you do get into Indigo. Sure. Wait, who with the camera? I missed that. Yeah, so wait. Let's again.
Tracking between these objects. And
So Jermsy is this guy, right? Jeremy Cox. And he pretty much did a lecture or a presentation in 2018 about his work, which is really cool. And then on how he, like, the main part of the presentation was that he wanted to build a camera, an actual 3D camera that works, like with all the mirrors and like the projection part and the prisms. And he pretty much showed how, like, all his experiments he was doing, like where he started and like the research he did. Then he did like some particle simulations, how that prism would actually work if he fires photons through that and stuff like that. Here you can see that.
45-degree mirror right here. So what this mirror will do is just bounce it right back out the viewfinder. So at least when you do this, it won't be
It's like a
corrected, but it will
particle
out the viewfinder.
simulation
So
for that.
we actually got
And it's really cool and really like insightful, and you learn a lot. And he talks about the different path tracing algorithms that are involved in creating a CG image when you use a path tracer, and some have like limitations. Like technically a normal path tracer could do that. It would just take ages because the path that is fired from the point of view couldn't, like, it would take so long to travel through all these pixels, not pixels, through all these materials and prisms and lenses, that it would essentially take forever to create a sharp image from that. And so he discovered, hey, there's like metropolitan light transport and stuff, and with that it works. And yeah, it's like crazy the results he got from that.
Sort of is actually measure the depth of field, because now see it, but I have a detail multiplier that I'm Cinema 4D. I'm getting. So the other fun thing here is you can actually see that thick lens. See how close that image as
incredible. Yeah, it's really crazy. So yeah, that's that. Most recent render I did using that setup. What? Oh, that's the astronaut you sent me, right? Wait, did I put that into the piece? Probably not. It's hands down to this day the best talk Maxon ever had. Yes, it is. I can agree. Wait. Here, wait, you send it to me. Wait. No. How do I download? Oh, there it is. Never mind. I forgot about that. How could I forgot about that? So, last minute addition to the scene. Wait, let's do that. Spaceman. How high poly is it though? It's probably not that bad. Oh, now it's opening everything with R13. Incredible. Guys, cause too high poly. We will see. What the fuck is it doing now? No, I don't want R20. You still have R13 installed, yes. I have all kinds of versions installed. Back in the days, I had everything installed. What? Corona? No. Yes. Go away. Okay, let's just do it like that. Okay, yes. Oh yeah, that's quite high poly. It's UV though, right? If we do poly, why should Maxon also attach a version to its applications? Yes. Can we poly reduce stuff with like and keep the UVs? If you do it like that. Oh, okay, it's processing. What is happening? CORNERSTORE is back. Everybody to their positions. What? Did I do something? Is it lagging? Or is it just because I put something in 3D? Okay. I don't know, will it still work? That's the question. Okay, no, that's not what I wanted. Oh, God. I don't know. It's a little bit wonky, a little bit messed up, but maybe that's enough. Also, what kind of material is that? So, wait. Okay, it's zeroed already. Nice. And we open the final. Also backups created. Interesting. So that's the last edition, Germsy. Add your spaceman to the scene. Yay! Exactly, I know exactly where I want to put it too. So this will go away. Actually, that was a bad idea. I can't wait for the recoloring of all the layers this will involve. Now we have a plugin for that. Hello, Jam Gaurav. How are you? How is your day, Jump? Oh no, it's a different one. Oops. So we'll just stand here. A little bit bigger, maybe. Nice. Okay, textures we also have. How big are they actually? 4K. Okay, maybe I will reduce them to 2K. That looks like a toy soldier, so put it where a kid would place it. I never get it. I never get to it again. Oh, sorry. On the piping on the top recess of the ceiling. No, I will just place it there. How did you make the curtain on the door? Did you manually set it? With cloners and displace deformers. Wait, did you just paste the object somewhere specific in the file manager? Is there a key for that? Yes. What Grunge says, there's a preference for that. Interface, insert new object. Jump, huge fan of your work, excited to see your work life. Oh, thank you very much. Jump, that's so kind of you. So, Spaceman. And that's probably what will break the scene now. Imagine that. That's the last bit. That was the last straw. Octane's like, nope. Not on my watch. You're not adding more objects to the scene. Alright, so we have automate, batch. And then it was 50% resize, save and close. Alrighty. Oh, fuck me, thank you. Yeah, that's a time saver for sure. Wait, we can... Like, it's here, if you say preferences. Like, when you click on preferences, it usually takes some time. And then it's... No, it's not there. It's... Where is it? Interface. Here. So insert new object, previous. So if you select one, we'll just put it on top of that. Paste new object, I mean. Can say previous, top, next, parent, child, root, everything. Also you can, usually it will put it to 0.000 in the world axis. You can also say it should be center for the view you're in. On the top. Okay. Universal GGX. Incredible. Okay, I know why. That's why. Aha. So. Now we will all break it all. No! So, that's Spaceman. I can... Okay, so now we will just do that. Go to our script and test it for the first time. Okay. Oh, wait. Wait. Better idea. At 60, right? 60%. Oh, okay. Almost. Pressed the wrong button. Okay. It's not a complete rainbow, but still. Can you copy layer nested in Cinema 4D to a new project in the meantime? What? Can you copy layer nested in Cinema 4D to a new project in the meantime? I don't know what you mean by that. Like, can I copy these to a new project? Also, what do you mean with in the meantime? Yeah, it doesn't need to be a full rainbow. It's all. It's okay. Still looks cool. All right. That's a lot of polygons. No, if you have layer within a hierarchy, C4D just ignores it and places every layer in the root instead of its parent layer. What? If you have layer with an hierarchy, C4D just ignore it and place every layer in the root instead of its parent layer. So you say like layers inside of other layers. Why would I want that? I don't understand. You can place a layer as a child from another layer. Yeah, I know that. I could put Bob into VHS. That I understand. But why? What is the question? So final is done. Maybe we should test render that. But let's just not. Okay, maybe we should do it. You can place a layer as a child from another layer. If you copy object with nested layer, C4D ignores it. Never mind. Okay, I still don't get it. Why are you telling me that? Did I have that here somewhere? Is there an issue I could have avoided with that? All right, so path tracing. So all of these we close. That we should set. Maybe we should save it now. Also, this one needs to go to the new layer. Okay. God, it's gonna crash. So, fingers crossed. Network rendering is off. Okay, that's good. Save it 5 million times. Woohoo! I've prayed to Jules Urbach for this to work. Shall we check how long the 4090 needs to arrive here? So, what does it say? So it arrives today between 3:15 and 7:15. Okay. I won't use it. I will just pack it up and send it back to... I will send it back to Raphael. Not back, I will send it to Raphael. I will stretch in a minute. Just give me a second. I got a message from someone. Someone asking about the video settings. Okay. Alright, stretch. Okay, it renders. Nice. Ugh. Okay. Let's check little spaceman. Oh, it's dropping frames again. Does it? Does it? No, it does not. Okay, good. Yeah. Sorry guys that there's not like a ton of crazy things we can do today. It's just like it's the end process really. At least for that portion of the project, for the main shot. So yeah, there's not much to improve, or not much I want to improve, and that means we will just dig around a little today. So if you have questions, you want to show me stuff, or want to have some hot takes on topics I actually don't know much about, just send it over and I will give you my uneducated opinion on things. That sounds good, right? Also, in the meanwhile, I will eat Tic Tacs. Today is really bad to be moving your whole apartment when Zomac is free for questions. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, Meats, but you can always ask me anything. Okay, here we have him. That little fucker. I hope the messed up UVs didn't affect too much the quality, but we'll see. Let's give it up for Spaceman. What's your hot take on Star Wars Andor? I didn't see it yet. Went to Zomac's Twitch gang meetup. I don't know. We can do that. If you are all in my area, we can meet up and drink. You guys like? Also, I will be in London next year for a few days. So anyone from London or UK wanting to hang out or show me food places or something like that, please do. And it's taking a long time. Why is it taking so long? Oh, also... okay, it's jumping around. I don't know what's going on here. Okay, that looks mighty fine. Look at that. Jamsey, you want to see your spaceman in action? It looks incredible. Just go to a pub. Can I stay all day in a pub? Like, Jamsey, are you actually from the UK, by the way? Yes, right? You are from the UK. I think you are from the UK. Can I stay in a pub all day? What do I do in a pub all day? Nah, US. Oh, okay. Did you change the sample settings back from 1 to some more usable? It actually, Dino said it's more snappy if you set it to 1. It will render slower, but it's more snappy. But no, I didn't. But yeah, so we can do that. It works like I think it should work, and then we'll just render everything tonight and tomorrow. So press the R button. So there's one place I want to go when I'm in London. I can show you that. It's called Paradise Slice. Paradise Slice, London. Is it still there? It closed. And I think it's back. So it's not in Brick Lane anymore. Or is that Brick Lane? No, that's not Brick Lane. That's... I don't know where that is actually. Stratford. So... Brick Lane is Hackney, right? Oh, that's Hackney. Okay. Or is it Hackney? Here, somewhere here is Brick Lane, I think. Bethnal Green. Okay, but it exists still. Then I will go there. It's closed though. Oh, permanently closed. Well, fuck that. Okay, maybe they don't exist anymore. Then I have to go to some Indian place. So we meet Somex for a Weihnachtsfeier. Oh, let's do that. All the Germans at Casita Mexicana. I actually want to go there, like a boo, like Christmas dinner at Casita Mexicana in Cologne. That would be something, right? Just come over, we go there, have a Casita Mixteller. I will join. Okay, everyone, come over. Count me in. Okay, nice. Let's do it. Actually, like in December, let's do it. Like everyone in the area who can come. Where it's not like... So I don't want anyone to travel to Cologne just for that and get a hotel or anything. So please don't do that. We can have many meetups. But the locals... just not on the 24th, because then I'm in southern Germany. That's okay. We do it like some in December. We meet up, go to Casita Mexicana, and drink some virgin Cuba Libres. Too late. I already bought a flight. Gernch, you can stay. You can sleep on my couch if you want. All right. So let's close that now. It's a long time that I've been to a C4D meetup in Cologne with Freddy and Mark. Oh, you know Freddy and Mark? Mark is the guy who does not want to use GI, or used, like that was his thing. Mark did everything without GI. Had a very unique work of working. Oh, you're McRae. Okay. See, I always have problems with the name. The Render Baron, yes, exactly. And Freddy is Freddy Voss. Freddy Voss is a colleague. Wait, can we check Freddy Voss? So Freddy does, like, he has like a very old schoolish website, but he does like kind of the same thing I do, just like in a more German way. So he does, he has these still lifes, these crazy detailed still lifes. And yeah, it's like everyday lives. I don't, everyday still lives, you can call them. I don't know. It's crazy detailed. But it's very German, you know, because it's all set in Germany. That's Germany, guys. That's how Germany looks. But look at that. It looks cool, right? Shall I ask Mark if he also wants to go to Casita Mexicana? If he wants. If he wants to come. We were just doing C4D meetup. Yes. So that's the Freddy. The Freddy. We can tell him about Blender and cycles. Hey Mark, do you know Blender is free? Until he's like extremely annoyed. Do you know which render Freddy Voss uses? I think these days he uses Redshift, and before that he used Physical. So, yeah. Looks like, yeah, that's the thing. Physical has like the certain look, and that he did it with Physical, I think. So guys, anything you want to show me or that I check out? Oh wait, PT, you sent something. Arnold Toon Shader and tits. Arnold has some pretty amazing shaders actually. Wasn't there like also this lens project with where you could like recreate like very complex lens setups and everything? Like wasn't that also a thing for Project Lentil or something? Just got here. Is it done? Yes. So we do reviews, portfolio reviews now, and just check out stuff and links. So if you want to show us something, have something you want to present or feedback, everything. Yeah, from Zeno. Yeah, exactly. That one. I already show you some. So I don't know if you want to say something or just show off my other project. I can do that, Tommy. Did you ever check who's taller, Mark or you? I think I am taller, actually. Oh yeah, that's sorry, Tommy. We'll just do that now. So, yeah. So that's standard Arnold. That's Project Lentil. You can actually see like the texture in the DOF, the lens texture and everything. It's so good. I also have the feeling that the Arnold skin shader is the industry standard for real humans. Might be, yes, I don't know. Arnold is fucking slow. Yeah, Arnold is made for companies that can throw money at these problems. Like you have Arnold and you think, oh, it's slow, then you throw money at it and then it's not slow anymore. I think Autodesk should buy this. Like that lentil thing. Isn't that open source? No, it's not. Okay. Oops. Okay, so Tommy. That's Tommy's Instagram. Everyone follow Tommy. Oh, what did you do here? Mean. That's mean. Actually, there's an interesting question I have regarding that, but we'll check that out after we checked out the links the other sent. So Tom sent something. Oh, I see. You're only 18, Tom? I thought you were older. Also, how cold is it? It's 14 degrees. Very cold outside. Can I turn on the heating? Maybe. Yeah, so that looks a little bit like what is called Avinetta from Ash. But that's a cool model. Did you model that yourself? How nice is that? Check out the bottle post. Got 6.1 million views on TikTok. This one. So Carlos got you, gave you the model. Oh, that's a great idea actually, Tom, here, what you're doing here. Oh, it's free. It is? Didn't know that. On Arts, you can buy it. Oh, that's the back rooms, right? I thought about making like a backroom animation at some point. Round Square, hiya, big fan of your work, Zomax. Thank you so much, Round Square. And welcome to our lovely stream. Today we don't do any work, we already did the work. And now we are doing portfolio reviews and stuff like that. So if you want to show something or have a link, a cool thing to check out, let me know and I certainly will have a look. Okay, that's really cool. I want to be TikTok famous as well. How do I do that? With videos like that, probably, right? Just playing with XPod. Sorry. Okay, wait. We have to do it in order. So Tom sent us his work. We checked out Tommy's work. I will keep that open because I have a thing I want to try out. Alex. I've tried this last week while watching your stream. I'm not a pro 3D artist, but I enjoyed doing it. Let's see. Oh, nice. So you did a pile. I know that. Piles are fun. Oh, no more shots. Just this one. Well, that looks good for a start. It's not too shabby. I've seen worse. Oh god, that sounds mean, but you know what I mean. No signal found on this planet. What's that here? Is that like a lava lamp kind of thing? Is it like a nuclear battery? Like these glowing things here. Hope you're having a good week, Corn. Hello, Cold Luna. Yes. I have. It's the end of the week, actually. So, wait, didn't I put you into the rendering? Wait, I think I did. Cold Luna. Or didn't I? Wait, give me a second. So there was the corkboard, right? Now, okay, it's also possible that I mistake names now again. Whiteboard. No, that was CamX Juna. Okay, sorry. Almost. But anyway, Cold Luna, thank you very much. So, yes, Alex. Solid work, keep it up. That's all I have to say. Okay, next one. Meats. History and geography of Morocco. The Kingdom of Morocco. I've never been to Morocco, but it looks beautiful. Is that a desert? Yeah, right? It's the... Is it... How is that called? Is it Gobi? No. What's the Moroccan desert called? Probably like... Very stupid for me to ask that, but I have no idea. Sahara. Is that the Sahara, actually? Or, I mean, Sahara obviously is bigger, but does it start here? I didn't know that it starts that far atop. I thought it would be further down. Wait, let's check. Africa. Isn't the Sahara like, that's like the whole thing here, right? Like it is pretty big. One of the biggest ends there. Marker means where the sun sets. Okay, but the Sahara, so it starts here on the bottom part and it goes all through Algeria, right? Libya as well. Wait, let's maybe check out Sahara. Sahara. Is the whole yellow thing, is that all Sahara? That's a pretty big desert. That's pretty huge. But that would mean that like there's like a whole country inside of the Sahara. We're at the max left. Okay. So I didn't know that it actually already touches it there. That's one hell of a particle sim. Nice. Oh, it's cool that it's like actually 3D. I mean, you're a 3D artist, but that's like, oh, I like the clay. I actually almost like the clay more than the textured version, to be honest. But it looks cool. Very nice. So wait. So let's. Emad, you were after that. So wait, Meets post that, and then Sepia Brain posted his link. Nice. Is that like a car material? I can see all the flakes in there. And that's all X particles. Oh, I never got around with X particles. X particles are confusing. Like before I use X particles, I would probably just go with Houdini and try to learn that. Woohoo! All right. Oh, it's walking into the sun. All right, thanks for sharing that with us. Sepia Brain. All right, what comes next? Amat, it's you. So that's Amat. I will follow you, Amat. So everyone follow Amat. Well, that's some solid wood. What is that, actually? The penitent one. Ooh, nice. Monitors. I think it's raining. All right. Wait, someone. Sorry, I would just like go over them a little bit quicker now because there are so many links. But everyone follow Emad. I really like her stuff. Like that I like. Sometimes I don't know what it is, but still. Really like that. Like it has like this a grainy quality to it. It feels so rough. Also, you're a photographer. Also, you are mainly a photographer, and then slowly going to 3D, it seems. Do you by any chance watch Seven vs. Wild? No, I think that's with these not TikTok, with these YouTubers and Twitch streamers that I despise, right? It's just with these like Knossi and guys like that. And Mr. Monte. Well, I don't despise them, but it's just like not my kind of tea. So Emad, you were last. Gun is next up. Oh, that's a space station. Jesus. Wait. So yeah, that's the big ass space station. You made the CGI intro for them? Really? Okay, maybe I shouldn't say something bad about them then. Sorry. How did you land that job? Did they pay well? I hope they did, because they are all millionaires. Yeah, Gun, that looks amazing. Keep up the work. Also, Abu, that Sahara Grand Desert, is that a song that you sent? Keep Khalid. Hip Khalid. Okay, I can't hear that because of copyright reasons. Is there more links? No. Yeah, I do photography too. Okay. Yeah, I like your photography, Imad. Oh, it's gone already. I clicked it away. Sorry, but it looked decent. Not that I'm a great photographer. So what I wanted to try, back in the day, I had a problem. I want to check if that's still the case. So imagine you have like have like a plane like that, right? So we'll do an experiment with like some some displacement, right? So we will go to our displacement library. Friends of mine are editors there. They recommended me. Oh, really? Nice. Congrats for landing that job. Thank you for introducing me to this talented people. I'm happy to see your works on my feed. Well, you're welcome. I will grab sweatshirt. Give me a second. It's a little bit cold here. So just a second. All right, I'm back. I really want to send one work I really like, but it's 18 plus. Okay, no, I can't show that. It's Twitch and it's TOS stuff here, and I can't show anything with nudity. And so I'm sorry, Prash. I'm sorry, but that's a no-no. Anyway, before we check any other work, So I have the RDT, where is it? Textures? No, there's it. Real displacement textures. I have the whole library. So let us check something with like rocks, right? I want rocks. No, not that. Oh, maybe that. No, sand maybe. Can we have sand? Just a second, guys. Find a material that is where we think, hey, that we want to use. No. Where's the sand? Isn't there supposed to be sand? Or maybe that? I want sand though. Yeah, here we go. Okay, that's sand 02, sand 03. Let's use sand 03. Why did you get the, how did you get the whole library? He gave it to me. So Christoph Schindler is the guy who founded Real Displacement Textures. And he gave me a 100% off code. And I just used it. And I have the whole library. I think not the whole, but big parts of it. So, 8K, right? So we have sand, stones, 8K normal, gloss, high gloss. Oh god, it's too many. Bump we have. 8K color we have. Or depth in 8K that we also need. Okay, let's just copy all of that and go to our experiments folder and say displacement test, right? And then we do that. Nice, nice, nice. And then we save that file to that folder, displacement tests, disp tests. All right. Then we just grab all of these and move them here. So what I want to try is, that's the displacement. So that should be 8K, right? Yes. And then we have all these. We have color data that we maybe need. Bump, I don't know, do we need that? Probably not. But let's use it anyway. So bump, roughness 8K. Sure, why not? Normal, let's just use the normal, not the bump. Higher is glossiness and glossy 8K. Okay. No, let's just use these three, right? So we have 8K displacement set to 10 centimeters. We saved it again and put that on that plane. And if we render that now, it should actually show it. And then I can show you the problem I have. Is there any link I want to buy? No, they were bought by Quixel or Epic Games. So there's nothing left really. So is that displacement? No, that looks pretty flat. Or does it? If we put it to 25%. And then we have like some reference here that's 1 by 1 meter, let's say. Right. So can we maybe 12.5, 12 point, or like just 10. Okay. RDT is now free in the Epic Bridge. Oh, it's free. Okay, then you can get it for free. So 15. So that's some proper displacement, right? I would say. Pretty good stuff. And back in the day, so I just want to try if that's still the case. Back in the day, I had the problem. So I would just do that. And scale it really big. And then I wanted to create water. Alright, so I would just do that. Like raise that and then put a water material on that. Let's do that. Alright, so we create a water material and then it would create some artifacts. And I was never found out why. So, water would be specularity, right? So we set that to GGX and then specular. And then we have fake shadows. Is that still a thing though? Like it would create these weird edges that would look totally bad. Then we would use an absorption medium sometimes. Like that. Well, that's a bad... That's a bad... Oh yeah, here you can see them. This stuff. Do you see that? No, you can't because the camera is in the way. Here, can you see that? Ray Epsilon does not fix it. I don't know actually. Like back in the day, I tried that. Okay, never mind. So it was Ray Epsilon, but there's still... I had still cases where it fixed that. Where I didn't fix that, where I still had that and couldn't like fix it with Ray Epsilon. But maybe I was just stupid. Switching to Blender will probably fix that. I doubt that. But okay, that means we can create a nature scene now, guys. With all that, all these RDT stuff. It's always Ray Epsilon and Q shortcut. What if we do that like really high? Like set it to 45. Jesus. No, wait, that's the plane. Nice. And then we have absorption. And make murky water. That looks like pee. By the way, I made it to 10k channel points. What are these good for? You can let me hydrate, stretch, and if you save up for 1000 years, you can make me eat a habanero chili. Every other engine besides Cycles feels so slow, it's sad. Is that really? Isn't Cycles actually not the fastest one? I have no idea. I don't know. Just like when I checked last cycle, it was like, yeah, it's okay. Just like an honest question. I think cause Cycles works with a built-in denoiser. Cycles feels unreal. I am not joking. But if you would like set it like, if you would render the CORNERSTORE project in Cycles, would it be like way faster in there with all the high poly stuff and things? Okay, if I make it to 1 million, I get one of your 3090s. Deal? No. No. I don't think so, but just working in it would be way faster. You mean like the responsiveness of the IP of the viewport, like the editor? We are underwater now. And now we're above water. Oh, look how weird that looks. Yuck. Okay. Enough of that. Exactly. The optics viewport denoising really helps, and you can turn it off to see like super small details. No, but what I mean is like, so you say it's easier to work, like faster to work with it. So it's is it like, does it feel snappy? So you have refresh time is super fast, and like the actual viewport doesn't mind having doesn't mind handling many million polygons and different objects and stuff. Put Gaussian smoothness on the displacement. Let's do that. How do we make intersections of rocks and water smoother? If we have close-up shots, I don't know. Let's do that though. It's still updating. I go closer to see it. So what's the difference? Is it like blurring? Because before that it was like all pixely, and now it's just blurring the. It still does that, but less. I think it's just blurring everything a little bit more. That's one pricey chat message. Yes, it is, Alex. Yeah, it also feels really snappy. It also chokes on millions of polys, but I would still say it works faster than what I've seen here in Octane. Okay. I don't know. Have you seen that World Creator short film? Yeah, we watched it here on stream. With nature shots done in C4D in Octane. Yes. We've seen that here. Blender's still crap for big high poly scenes. Okay, there's like two camps here in chat. One says Blender sucks, and the other one says it's the best. I don't know who to trust now. Never used Twitch before you started streaming. Invalid license. That's a joke, right? It did that 2 days ago. I hate Maxon. Sorry. No, I don't hate Maxon, but sorry, that's just like, fuck that. So apparently the license now is invalid. Let us check that. Because it's bullshit. So hello. This login, yes, this login happened to me like 10 minutes ago. Yeah. It does that while you're rendering, by the way. So nice. Heard Blender Edwards license is a lot better. Yes, it does probably. You just have to know how to work around stuff. I have had scenes with 40 million polys and it still worked with just 10 FPS, but it worked. Well, that's the thing. So like when we have a cube, right? That's 6 faces. So let's say 1 million, right? Through 6. That's okay. I don't actually know. Wait. Let's do it like that. How high can we go? 1,000 times 1,000. Right. So 1,000 times 1,000. What is that? Is that 1 million? I said, guys, I'm really bad at math. That's 1 million, right? So that's 1 million polygons. So if we have 40 of these now. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Right? That's 10 million polys right now. Oh, it's already getting slow. Also, can we reset that? So that's relatively fast still for 10 million polys. So if we copy that 4 times, so we have 40 million polys now. $40 million polygons. It still runs very smooth. So it's not really, not the poly count isn't everything. So like the metric to have like 40 million polys in a scene. So it's also the generators and how many objects and stuff like that. Because it still does that fairly easy. Also when I select all of them. Okay, then it chokes up for a minute. And then it will work actually. Or not. I've heard that C4D starts with the amount of objects, not with the poly count. They are both to a certain degree. Okay, it just refuses to select them all. Maybe we found the limit. Yeah, no, it doesn't do that. It just deselects them automatically. Yeah, if you have 1,000 planes, in the object manager with one poly, it will be harder. I think it is, yeah. So can actually try that, right? So that. And then say count 1000 times 1000. Uh-oh. Oops. It's not happy. No, no, no. It's not happy. Okay, maybe we shouldn't do that. Alright, alright. God, so many windows. This problem is a lot of savior. Let's switch all to that. Which one is that? Easy 3D. But not like this. Or this. Wait, so it's the meta balls thing. It looks like a fucking child's toy though. Actually easy. Every software that has which has the unique selling proposition of, hey, it's easy, I don't like. What the fuck is that? It's Metaballs. Standalone Metaballs. Died while making a point. Yes. But it's still here, right? Steam still works. $1 million planes. Yeah. But if we do 1 million planes with octane scatter, it works again. So it's weird. It behaves weird. So octane scatter wouldn't have a single problem with that. Or does it? I don't know. Shall we test that? Let's test that. So 500. That's a big plane. I don't know. And then we'll get a polyplane. That's a small one. Octane scatter. And then we say 1 million. Or is it more? Is it? Oh, it's 1 million, right? Yes. Oh, it actually struggles, but it's only because of the display. So, none. Yes. Then it's fast again. And then we just press the button. Wait, does it do that? Oh yeah, look. It's all the planes. Wait, so we can random effector. So it needs a while to update. Yeah, so that works. No questions asked. It's a little bit, it's not as snappy, but it's also like a lot of clones. But you did it with a plane with 10 by 10 polys? No, it was a single plane, like 1 poly per plane. 1000 by 1000, it crashed. But it also was render instance, so it was not like really, not render instance, it was just the normal instance. Blender Bob made a good video. Really, what's the good video? Or is he talking about something?
Real duplicate. I will edit the video because it takes actually an entire minute just to make the copy. And now I'm at 53 million polygons and my memory is at 15 gigabytes. Blender becomes a little bit slower to react, so when it's time to move something, it just takes a while and finally I can take it and move it. As you can see, it's still very easy for my machine to handle that many polys. I added a sphere in the scene, a very low res sphere, so that we can see when we're rendering if it's really gonna slow down when we have that many polys compared to a very light geometry. I'm only gonna use CPU rendering because first, GPU rendering is not supported on the Mac yet, and second, our render farm at the office is CPU only. Everything else will be default settings. You see there's a thing called persistent images. That means it's going to keep all the textures in memory so that when you render again, it doesn't have to reload all the textures. Now, I really wish there was something called persistent geometry or something like this, because the way it works right now is that every time you render a frame, it's going to reload the entire geometry. Even if there's nothing going on in the scene, there's no changes from frame 1 to frame 2, it's going to reload everything, and that can slow you down a lot. And if you have a lot of RAM like I do, it would be very useful not to have to reload everything in memory every time. Let's give it a try, render image. Now it takes a good 50 seconds to load everything in memory. This is called time to first pixel. It's the time it takes for the renderer to load everything in memory and prepare all its stuff before it can render the first pixel. So I'm going to skip this. Now the rendering is starting and let's see the difference it makes. So you see on the sphere it goes very fast, and when it gets to the very heavy geometry, it's not much slower. One would expect that it would just stand there and just, take forever to render these polygons, but no, it just keeps going and keeps going and keeps going, when somehow I'm thinking of a rabbit. I don't know why. I could have edited that clip to just speed it up, but the idea here is to show you in real time how long it takes to render this. So we'll just let it finish, and in the meantime I'm gonna tell you a joke. Blender and Maya walk into a bar. The bartender sees Maya and says, "Hey, we don't serve their kind here." The render is done and it took 1 minute and 32 seconds. Now you see we just rendered 27 million polygons, and between rendering a low-res sphere and a super high-res geometry, barely makes an impact. It goes at about the same speed. Now you're gonna say, yeah, but it's just a plain shader. Add some textures and stuff on it, you'll see it's different. Is it? Now this time there's a glass shader on everything, so it needs to calculate the transparency, the refraction, and everything for all these polygons. So you would think it's gonna be much longer, right? Well, it's not, because at the end it took the exact same time. Let's try another one. We're gonna put everything 100% metallic, like super reflective. And it took 1 minute and 20 seconds. By the way, you can see the 27 million polys reflecting on the sphere right here. For this one here, I assigned a 37 by 11K texture, and
Okay, gotta go. Had so much fun today. I learned so much by everyone. Abu, Tommy, Planet, Soulmax. Oh, Imad. Bye-bye. Have a nice weekend. Take care and see you on Monday. Cheers.
took about the same time. Okay, let's try something. I'm gonna zoom out and put
Magic, this blender.
polygons into one bucket, which is one square when it renders. See how it's gonna react. I'm gonna skip the time to first pixel, but I will let the rendering in real time. And here we go, the rendering just started and now it's rendering the... Oh, it's already done? What? Okay, well, never mind. Okay, so now we made the entire scene completely transparent with refractions, no impact. We made it completely metallic, no impact. We threw a 37 by 11K texture on it, no impact. And now you're thinking, Well, my models, my scenes are not that heavy. How come they take forever to render? Well, there are many factors. GPU, are you using GPU rendering? And what kind of GPU do you have? Is it strong enough? Does it have enough memory? CPU, how many CPUs do you have? Lights, how many lights in your scene and which kind of lights you're using, because area lights are much more intense to render than a sunlight, for example. So there are many factors like this that can influence your render. But let's go back to hard stuff. In order to keep this scene...
I will keep that though. I want to watch that data. Thank you. So, Blenderbot made a good video. Yes, that's where we left off. So, people of the world. What else shall we do? We almost have 4 p.m. already, so a good hour to go. So we can do more reviews. Billy. Oh, there you are. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Otoy had like a while ago, like years ago actually, they asked for my scenes for the 6088 AD scenes, so they can like, because when they have their engineers working, they have like test scenes. They have no real workload. They would just like create these fake scenes with like a dozen of bought 3D models and set them up. So they have like, yeah, okay, that's a heavy scene now. But in reality, that wouldn't be a good benchmark for like optimizing the way Octane works with the GPU and everything. So they asked me to get 6088 AD to test things, and they did. So I gave that to the tech lead of theirs. Which is, by the way, is it still? Wait. To check. Is it still Haysam? Haysam Keleni. Is it still? Does he still work for Otoy? Yeah, he's the vice president of graphics and R&D at Otoy. So back in the day, he was not the vice president, but I think he did like some optimizations for Octane, and I sent him the 6088 AD stuff because it helped him to optimize Octane to work better with big scenes. And I think they did a ton of work in that direction. It's just like the nature of the thing that there's almost no render engine out there that will just eat that and be like, yeah, I don't care. And it's no difference between empty scene and big scene. So I think it's just the nature of the thing. If you have many polys, many objects, many lights, many generators doing things in the background, that it will slow things down. It's just the question how much. So Octane is... So there's engines that probably are hardly usable at that point, so you couldn't like really work with that anymore. Octane is like right in the middle, I would say, from my experience, but I didn't test all the engines out, so I have no way of knowing that. I know compared to V-Ray back in the day, Octane still feels okay to work with. This obviously, V-Ray is an old engine, like the V-Ray I knew back then is an older engine. There was no progressive mode or anything, so I had to wait for buckets, light cache, irradiance map, and everything in order to see what I was doing. That all changed. V-Ray already has like an IPR these days, and you would get an instant feedback. And so does Redshift and every other engine really. So there's like, yeah, it would be interesting to have like a scene like that, and then you would get like an artist that is really good in each of these engines, and they would just throw shaders and materials on that and shade the whole scene for weeks, and then you can compare them. And I would be really interested to see how, for example, Arnold would handle that, because Arnold is kind of known for having no problem with huge amounts of poly geometry, right? So you would just like say, yeah, here 30 million polys, and you would be like, yeah, anything else, right? Then it, on the other hand, it's really slow because it's a CPU renderer and it's made for big productions. Then there would be, I don't know, Maxwell would be also very slow. I don't know if it could handle that many, that much of geometry. Then you could also look into the DCC side of things. So you could say, let's try it with Modo. We could export it and then open it with all these apps. Could Maya handle it very well? Maya is also notoriously known for being used in big productions, like when they do VFX stuff with all these high poly assets being simulated and everything. They used Maya for that in the film industry, so probably Maya could handle that well, I would say, but I don't know for sure, right? Houdini could probably also, like, the DCC side of things, so not the rendering, so just like the viewport of the app you're working the project in with, can it handle like that amount of data? I've seen people render in Houdini, yeah, all the time. Why wouldn't they? You have Mantra, you have Redshift, you have Hydra now. Hydra, is that? No, wait, Hydra that's Pixar, sorry. But yeah, obviously people can render in Houdini and do that. In V-Ray and Corona now have clouds in their new sun and sky. It's really good. So you mean like volumetric clouds? I was talking to someone that works on like Marvel films and stuff, and he said he only renders in Houdini, but he uses RenderMan. Yeah, makes sense. Like Blizzard used to also exclusively use RenderMan. It's a very versatile engine. Sadly, Octane in Houdini is not the same as in C4D. It probably is for no app, really. I think the best bridge for Octane is C4D. Yeah, but it would be like, so it's not like just the render engines, also the application you use it in. Like the right application, like the right render engine with the right application, and that combination, how it would handle. That would be a crazy test though. You would need so many people for that. RS in this way is a very universal tool. Really, like, it's so different from others. What do you mean with different, RX? They do it the same way in almost every software. RS dev is very strict about every DCC version of RS being identical options, settings, generators, etc. They do not let plugin dev make features if it's going to be unique for one DCC. Also, they don't have an Ahmed situation where like Ahmed's like, yeah, I will just hack in Octane Scatter now. And then it's just like for C4D. You can learn RS for cinema and then switch to Houdini and almost everything is the same. Ah, okay, that's what you mean. Claris IFX is game changing for VFX studios. Yeah, DCC is a what is it? Digital content creation tool. That's like the main app. Like Cinema 4D is the DCC, Blender is the DCC. What does DCC actually stand for? Yeah, digital content creation. 5 hour stream and still empty scene. Yeah, I'm still brainstorming. In a few years, we will render everything in Unreal. I doubt it. Unless Unreal is catering to not only games, but also all the other things that are out there, like movies and such. Unreal is still a game engine. And it's made for that. And unless they don't change it to be like a universal tool that's not only for games but for everything else, I don't think that will change personally, but I don't know. Correct, it's annoying because there are things wrong with RS and C4D that do not affect Houdini or Maya. For example, the scene scale in C4D is in centimeters, so majority of OSL nodes that can rely on scene scale do not work unless you modify the code. Oh. They want every version of RS plugin to be identical across DCCs. It's gathering more. You mean, are they working on that? That making like Unreal very universal? So, in my experience with all the baked light and all that, for example, Unreal would just need a way to turn that off. I don't want to bake. I just want dynamic light, real time, no weird biased shadow baking that takes weeks or hours, and all that game shit, and also all that culling, and I don't know, fuck that. I want light. It's a perfectly realistic, physical correct path traced light with refractions that are physically correct, and everything in a very fast real-time environment inside Unreal. That kind of stuff. So just like Octane in real time and in Unreal. Nothing with weird, strange ways of setting up all this game stuff that just forget about the game stuff. And so also that the dev team knows that people are using that to not for productions that are made for not game related stuff, and that there's a focus on that as well as the game stuff. Unless that changes, I don't think that everyone will change and go to Unreal. But yeah, it's still, I doubt that. I don't think that like that everyone will just switch to Unreal. It's just not gonna happen. I don't think that this will. There's so many use cases that you can't just use Unreal for every one of them. Like that Houdini stuff, for example. All the things Houdini does. You can't do that with Unreal. You can't do that with pretty much any app. I just imagine a future where Unreal is the final step you import and render. Actually, I actually don't. Now I really have to go. Bye guys, and have a great day. See you next week. See you, Abu. Have a great week too. So I don't really want a world where there's just one app for everything. That's just like a monopole. I don't like that. I want competition for everything. So it's just like Unreal would need all the rendering algorithms like metropolitan light transport and all that crazy stuff, that really technical stuff. Unreal would need to support that. I don't think that's gonna happen. I mean, there's like NVIDIA is working on that Omniverse thing, right? The thing is with NVIDIA, they have CUDA, right? So that's the hardware API. And CUDA is a black box. So nobody, like Otoy can't look into that. They don't know what CUDA does. It's just like, okay, we have like these attachment points. So we want to calculate something, we write code and it like that connects to CUDA and the rest is API stuff. I don't know what CUDA does internally because black box. And when NVIDIA does a render engine, like Omniverse, which is not really like in render, you know what I mean, right? So they have like a framework for rendering stuff now called Omniverse. And if they do that, they know how they can really fine tune and optimize everything to work for them because they also produce the hardware for that. I think that could be really interesting. Oh yes, that's exactly. We said the same thing. But Epic Games does not know what CUDA does. Only NVIDIA does. They can probably... NVIDIA could probably do crazy optimizations that you can like render billions of polygons with CUDA without much impact. Because they know how CUDA works with the 3D model, and the whole data stream can be so optimized that you can use more textures and everything, that VRAM is essentially not a problem anymore. I think that's possible, that they can do that. And they have leverage because they don't have to tell anyone outside because they make the hardware. And they can make, okay, Otoy, Octane, please use our hardware, but we know what CUDA does internally. But yes. Imagine having to do a 3D scan of everything before you can use it. I mean, it's nice. I agree, Unreal Engine is nice. I just don't like working with it. It's, as Alex said, cumbersome. It feels like really cumbersome for me. I didn't use Unreal Engine 5 though, so I can't speak for that. But I had to work with Unreal Engine 4 on pretty big projects, like real world advertising productions, and it was a nightmare. I didn't like it. It was very cumbersome, very slow. The benefit of having it real time meant so much pre-production that it like that leveraged itself out again. In the end, the time we saved with having the ability to do it in real time, we spent on pre-production. But it gave me the magic vibe I had when I used Octane for the first time. Oh yeah, coming from V-Ray, like when I used V-Ray for the first time, for the last time, and then Raphael showed me Octane. Was like, yeah, you can do it in real time. You just move the camera and IPR and everything. I was like, what the fuck? incredible. And obviously it's cool if you have like the whole scene set up and everything is done and you can just walk around with it. That's cool as fuck in Unreal. I mean, you can just, it's like a game and everything looks incredible and you're like, man, right? But then like the stuff they did, like this film with Unreal where they had like you know, that sci-fi film, that's so, it's a big team. You never have to, you can't forget that there's like a big team involved with that, and they all use Unreal for many years. So also, how would Unreal, like, imagine having not mega scans. So just cross out mega scans. How many people would get good results out of Unreal? Like, you can, all these pre-made assets, just keep them. You can't use them. What's your take on mega scans, especially foliage stuff? It's great. It's nice. Here I have my first problem, by the way. The water just doesn't look good. But it's real time, I mean, right? What do you mean? You prepare assets in Fusion, Substance, etc. like always? No, but what I mean is, what would be like the general population of 3D artists think that Unreal is the answer to everything. Like many people think that and say that. And like the normal user probably plays around with megascans a lot. But what if you take that away from them? So you can't use megascans. So you can't use these presets that they give you. All that nice, everything is set up in the way you can just throw in rocks. They are 3D scanned, they look amazing, and it's like, it looks amazing out of the box. It's nice, it's real time. But take away all the presets. How many of these users would still think that Unreal is the answer to everything if they don't have these presets? If you have to go and if you have to bake high poly details into low poly models for each and every asset, because there's no other way of doing models in Unreal. Well, there is probably, but still, I don't know how much that would change. I remember how I enabled path tracing in UE5 and it asked to reload, and pre-compiling these shaders took so much time. It's not the answer to everything. It can enact some part of the work, making more similar how you film stuff in real life. That's it. I get that, but for most people, having these assets is already the answer to most of their problems. Oh yeah, I get that. I mean, for landscapes, it's pretty nice, right? You have all these brushes, and I can see that. I still don't, but I don't think that, like, I don't want to live in a world where Unreal is everything that everyone uses. Oh. But with the assets very good for a lot of clients, and lighting is most likely good enough as well. Yeah, we did, like, at Elastic, we did some BMW projects with that, with Unreal, and it was like super. Like, these landscapes was really easy. We downloaded like some pack of mountains, put them in the distance, and had like instant volume fog, and then imported an asset. It was like really fastly set up. But like, it still was not on par with, like, obviously it was faster than doing it with like building everything and rendering everything with real volumes, but then it already also didn't look as great. It was just not really path traced. We have to say though, it's just like also Unreal Engine 4. It was not 5. That was before Unreal Engine 5 was out. So no idea about that. But yeah. Anyway, guys. I'm running out of ideas what to do with the rest of the day. Do you guys have any idea? What shall we do? Shall we watch something? Shall we? I mean, maybe the answer, maybe Unreal. I mean, what I want to say. So, Unreal Engine is fine and good. Everyone should use what they're comfortable with. I would just like to... That would be cool if Unreal Epic Games had competition in that matter. That would be nice. Right? So, I mean, they technically have. Unity, right? Isn't Unity the Unreal competition these days? Yeah. Yeah, it's not on par. I see that. I don't know, is it that? Idea. Try to create your corner shop image in Midjourney. Oh no. You can do it. Current the font. Please do. Please try that. Yeah. So many studios still use... Well, one of my favorite games was made in Unity. It's called Inside. It's all Unity. V-Ray, Octane, Unreal Stable Diffusion. Yeah, I don't know. It's just like... Competition is always good. Remember what happened when Intel wasn't the big player anymore and AMD was like, yeah, well, we have Ryzen now and Threadripper. It's from the same studio that lit Limbo. It's like part 2. No, it's not part 2, but... Right? Inside best game ever. Yeah, I agree. It really is the best game ever. So later tonight, I will start rendering that. The big boy piece. I'm very curious how this will turn out. What's that? Holy fuck. That's Houdini soft body sim, right? Holy fuck. What the heck is that? Okay, let's listen to it with audio. I want to hear lo-fi hip-hop with that. Thanks for the link, Catalo. Well, isn't that pretty? I bet 90% of it is Houdini. Jesus. But I also like the really heavy soft body with the tire in the beginning. We were watching influential motion graphics stuff. Kataru sent that. The tire, I like the soft body sim was so accurate. I hard to believe that it was done in C4D, but maybe I'm not a like motion graphics artist. Also, can this be done in C4D? That the amount of particles involved in that. Maybe I should do something like that. Soft body, not soft body, but like really like minimalistic stuff for a change. Or maybe we should try that after we're done with the big piece. Epic. Yeah, stuff like that. Can that be done in C4D? Like the actual sim, I mean. Maybe today, but back then, I don't know. Yeah, like the new system is more more powerful. I mean, we never know, right? So maybe there is there are crazy artists out there. There can be like C4D. It might be harder, but maybe it's C4D. I know Alex did like a rope sim system that was very good before there was rope sims in. Before we had a real good rope sims in C4D. It was like a crazy complex setup with espresso and everything. Golden Hum. Crazy. Crazy. Yes, was quite limited though. Yeah, but it was still cool. Like, you could do these knots and stuff if you fine tune it. So, yeah. Alrighty. 5.5 hours. Guys. Any link you want to share? Any thing I should show? I can send it over. The rope sim setup. Oh no. I mean, you can if you want, but time to create a box. Okay. Have you watched Ian Hubert's Dynamo Dream? I don't think so. Yeah, maybe. I think I saw it. Keloid. Oh yes, but I can't watch that without an account. But I know that. Wait, can we actually...
I heard them say future would bring us evolution, but all I can think of is police. There's police everywhere since I can
Oh, that's so
remember.
epic.
There's all that noise, the big tanks, the sirens, the screams, and them. Their big metallic blank faces, all the weaponry, the speakers, the tiny lights on their metal shells. Eyes that never really looked at anything. They were there to protect us, so I don't think anybody really knows what happened. It just happened.
The attacks have resulted in the deaths of 1,996 people.
The Supernova's system has activated their disaster service under Russia explosions.
Attack forces have been put to work quickly and have deployed infantry. The suspect mannequins were secreting a strange substance that turned them into smoke and contact with them. There is no terrorist group claiming responsibility at this time.
He had no legs. Bob, is that you? Yes. Yeah, 10 years old. Oh. Oops. That might be muted now. Sorry. Wait, so what link now? Ian Hubert unlisted stuff. Camera shake add-on. Oh, that's a lot though. Can you send one in particular gun that I should watch? In the meantime, let's check this. What's that? AJ, did you make that? Is that your project? That looks cool. Jesus, look at that, the drop. What a transition. No, okay. Still, thank you for sending it. Okay, wait. Watch this one, how Ian made mega structure.
Woo! Okay, this is what we make. And at first I didn't like it, but then I started copying and pasting. And anyways, you guys are always saying that you kind of want like a long tutorial. And I'm like, no. But today we're doing it. Look, also there's a boat. Hey, okay. So made it last night. Which felt really good because the previous shot I spent a month on to make 20 seconds, and I was like, at this rate, this is going to take me, 6
Didn't
years
this win at a contest of Punisher? I don't know. Did it? Nap God.
So I'm really happy. I said in the previous video that I would talk about making this kind of mega structure thing back here. And here, yeah, it's got all these lights blinking and all of that. And a few people saw this and said, wow, you must have like a crazy supercomputer. And it's not bad, but also this is a very low poly scene, actually. I've got all the objects here, and the rest of these arms are just other instances of that first arm. If you're using instances of something, like right here, I have this one object, but you can see it's used everywhere, and that means the computer only has to hold it once, which means it's really easy to have a very complex looking scene that the computer can handle really easily. And that's how I treated basically all of this. You can see, like, here's the body of the thing is just this very...
I will skip in a little, sorry.
...type screen or additive blend mode, which is really cool.
Okay, it's an hour long. I don't think I can watch that now. But, wait. What is that? An ode to racing in Lamborghini made in Blender. Oh, why is it loading? Well, look at that. Nice. Oselic sound. He does. He did the much of the sound effects for a Man vs. Machine back in the day. All right. Check this Blender animation. Oh, I've seen that actually. Astrobias. First time chat. Welcome, by the way. Yeah, I think I've seen that. It's really cool. Oops. Sorry. I shared that Ian stuff since you said you're jealous of his skill. Ah, that was more like a joke. I'm pretty okay with my skill. So it's alright, I get by. But yeah, obviously he's a very skilled individual. And I respect him a lot. But it's not like I'm super like, Ian bad because he's scared. It's okay. It was more like a joke among colleagues. The drink. Nice. Okay, Astrobias sent something. Volta. What's that? That's an Evinetta inspired project. Well, that looks cool. Yeah, I know, but there's some truth in there too, right? Well, no, I'm actually not jealous of Ian Hubert. So it's not like I'm really sitting at home at night and be like, I wish I would be Ian Hubert. There's other people where I think that. Like Collar Sponge. So if I could take the skill of any of those, I would take Collar Sponge. More than Ian Hubert. What I always ask myself, and don't get that the wrong way, why does he say it's a Blender short? Why is it so important? Like, it's amazing. It's crazy good, really. And you guys say he's like 15 or now maybe 18, I don't know, but pretty young. But like all the guys who use Blender always have to say that they use Blender. Why is it so important what they used for that? It's incredible. It's really it's really extremely well made, and there's no need to tell everyone that it was made with a sort that limits it, like that kind of ruins it a little bit even. Like it's not ruining it, but it's like, yeah, here's the 3D thing, and it's just like my Blender project. I'm a Blender artist. Always like, you are artists, guys. Your craftsmanship is in 15 years you will use something different. Like, right? It's like you are artists. That's like a painter would say, I'm a brush painter, or even name the company that made the brush they are using. It's just like, so yeah, I'm this XYZ painter. I use all these XYZ brushes, and I'm a XYZ brush painter. It's like weird to me. It's not maybe because this like relatively new for them to be that successful, and Blender is like an old company or an old foundation, but that Blender had that recent success. That's not like really that it's not that old, right? That wave of people who use Blender, it's a pretty young thing still, but I don't get why they. So I would just put Volta in here. I know that's a short movie because it's 1 minute and 30 seconds long. I don't need to say people, hey, it's a short movie, and Blender it doesn't matter. You can put that in the description, but it's like I would write on my website, hello, my name is Cornelius, I'm a C4D artist. No, I'm not a C4D artist. I'm an artist, and I use C4D. So the tool is not as important as my art. The tool is just a tool. And I think that's like they should when he gets at that level, that young, he can be so proud of that, and the tool is like the least limiting factor of that. I can understand that it's good for clicks on YouTube. Yeah, probably. But personally, this ruins the title so much. I would just like imagine it would be just Volta without anything. That would be so nice. It would look so chef's kiss. And then there's like, it's a Blender shot. I don't know. I would just put it in the description. But it's fantastic. Fantastic project. But I just mentioned that because I see that all the time. It's a Blender short. It's a Blender project. It's a Blender graphic. I'm a Blender artist. Blender, Blender, Blender. Imagine all the C4D and Maya people would say, I'm a Maya artist. I'm a C4D artist. I don't know. It's just a software. It's a tool. It's like a plumber who says he has a Bosch gadget. I'm a Maya movie. I'm a 3ds Max artist. Okay, sorry, I didn't read all that. If you write Blender in the title, you get all the views on YouTube. Maybe I should just put Blender in the title of the stream then. I asked him, it's mostly because it clicks well on YouTube and it motivates other people to start 3D. Okay, got it. I mean, there's probably a reason, right? Someone who can do something like that at that age is probably smart enough to know that this looks weird for some people. Blender artist. But it's very EVGA inspired. Yeah, I see that. It's very inspired by that. But it's good. It's a good take on that. It has like, it's not a copy, I would say. But it just takes the idea and puts it to another. It does not elevate it. It's just like another, something different. It feels like. Exactly, NFT artists. People that say that are NFT artists. Hello, I'm a crypto artist. NFT artist. No, I disagree. You are an artist. You just use NFTs to sell your stuff. You use cryptos to sell your stuff. The only time I can think of is of it making sense is if he's trying to get an in-house job. I think he will get any job in the industry he wants with that. Probably. How come Dune didn't put Maya movie in the title? I'm a Bosch artist. Unreal Baby. He mentioned that too, that's been inspired. I mean, obviously it is, but it's in a good way. But are you a 3D artist or just an artist? I'm a 3D artist. I do 3D images. But 3D is more like a whole field, right? So it's not like can also say I'm a surrealist artist, right? Or I'm a photorealistic artist. That's just like a whole thing, like a whole scene, a whole genre of art. But I wouldn't say I'm a Photoshop artist. I'm an Octane artist. I just feel like probably I said that when I was younger too, and I probably said that 2 months ago, but it feels like it's limiting that a little bit. They can be so proud of what they are doing. Digital artist, yeah. Like I work in the digital realm. I don't use paper or any physical material. I just use stuff on a computer. The worst are AI artists, though. Well, I don't know. Maybe. Again, Blender shot, the same guy. Let's check that out. Kick out. Do you know Eric Wenquist? No, I don't. Oh, that's so nice. Ah, okay. Well, I guess that's it. Or maybe I'm alone with my stupid opinion. No, it's not ruined. It's okay if he wants to do that. I personally wouldn't do it. But it's also like for Patreon and stuff like that. So probably, yeah. It's just. It's also I'm over 30. I'm probably jealous. So, he's 15. He's half my age. I was already like in was in 8th grade when he was born, and he's already better than me. So it's probably just jealousy speaking. When I was 15, my shit looked different. It was like that. It was like, okay, let's make a skyscraper. Skyscraper. The best comes now. Guys, the best is has yet to come. And then I would create another one, and another one, and another one. That's what I did when I was 15. Yeah, I made it procedure really nice. Really nice. No, but kudos to him, Mr. William, for being such a great artist. I don't know how long it took him. It's probably done in a week or something like that. Like, "3D resources are way accessible than they were 15 years ago." Yeah, but also that's just an excuse. By the way, Plansonics, do you know how to remove any reflecting or bouncing light with Octane settings? So you can get a start for painting look, if that makes sense. I don't know really how to remove. You can turn off light that it can't affect specular or diffuse reflections. It was like 6 months. I think possible with that. I don't know. Can you take that away? No, I have no idea really. I never did that. Sorry, Asfieldy. I'm very sorry. It was like 6 months, but he took a big break in between. Actual work time was like 2 to 3 months. 30-90 cycles is fucking fast. Incredible. He has a bright future. I can tell you that. Let's do a skyscraper. Done. It's almost Kit Bash 3D, right? Yes. So we already have 5 p.m. Did I forget anything? Did any of you ask a question? I went over it and was like, hey, I'm not reading your message. So maybe you posted something and was like, did I forget any of you? We are so-called internet friends. Tom Westbay, you can greet him from my side and say, tell him he's an incredible artist and that I like his work. Please tell him that, Tom. Also, no disrespect regarding the Blender thing. It's just like, just came to my mind when I was reading. It's not like directed towards him. It's just like a general thing that Blender artists use, but maybe it probably makes sense. And I mean, if it gets clicks, it's okay. What's that? 0.0069 seconds after posting art on 9.
It's finished. I like this one. I hope my followers like it too. All that's left is to post it on my Twitter. I really like this one. I'm sure I'm still going to like it 2 seconds after I post it. I'm sure I'm not going to see any mistakes when I post this. I'm sure I'm still going to like it. I hate it.
Not that much anymore. It used to be, but usually I still like my stuff when I bring it out. Yeah, it's okay still. Oh, I will. He, by the way, was the one who thought I begged for my name on the radio. Or does he know who I am? So he knows who I am? Well, that's incredible. Well, that's cool. Then hello, William. I love your stuff. Who doesn't know who you are? I don't know. 99% of the humanity, probably. I'm 3D artist. I'm not Kanye West or something. Lunar Rover. Oh, that sounds like it's licensed music. He didn't knew you, but 3 weeks ago I asked him if he knew you, and everyone was annoyed because I talked too much about you. Where did you talk about me? But he knew you're 52 Hertz and was like, oh, this guy. Okay. Well, let's see, guys. I'm internet famous for a small crowd of 3D nerds. Oh. Well. Nice. Sorry, I have to watch that again. Wait. Okay, let's try it. Yeah, well, happens to the best, right? You know, the 3D artist, if you don't know who Cornelius Dammrich work, I don't know. I don't know if I would agree, but it's okay. Thank you, though. It's a compliment. Works fine, I guess. Yes. Tire track generation. Ooh, how does he do that, though? That's gonna be interesting. Oh, he maps the way where it's gonna hit the floor. And then does he do like simulate the simulation? How does one do that actually? So it's really just that. Oh, what's that now? It looks like Houdini. Ah, okay, yeah, it's Houdini. So wait, is that then an Alembic file for that? But before that it was Houdini. And that's Claris. And it makes sense because he's scattering all that shit, no? Yeah. Like all that scattering crap with like these. Claris is like octane scatter on steroids. No, is that Claris though? Could be. I have never seen Claris. Oh, okay, it's Claris. Nice. So many softwares I have never used. Also that one. Never used that. What's that? Is that Gaia or World Creator? That looks like Gaia. Ouch! Okay. Oh, S24, we know that one. What a scrub, right? Using newbie Cinema 4D. He talks in the video.
Was done and
Oh.
Alembics exported, it was time to set up the shading layer in Claris. Shading layer is basically a collection of rules dictating which materials go where on certain objects. Since we have tens of different buildings in this pack, this is a very efficient way to shade them all in one go, instead of manually assigning materials to each individual element in every building.
I call my the piece You Touch You Buy made in Blender.
And assign them in shading layer. All the buildings are getting shaders simultaneously.
Okay. Boring. Oh, just kidding. I was just gonna skip over that. I want to see some action. Claris. Alex, didn't you want to learn Claris? You still want to learn Claris?
The original sim has too much depth in the tar tracks. It looked like...
Yeah, he's so fast. Look how fast his mouse moves. Now I feel awful. Everyone is so good. You show me all the... Can't you show me like an artist who's really bad? So I can feel better about myself. Oh, that's that line, right? That looks like that line.
Render times, they were quite significantly longer. The comp was done in Fusion, as usual.
Fusion?
Not as many passes used, and just basic color grade.
Okay. we will try Fusion as well. I will install it after I did the rendering. All right, I like that. Patrons. Everyone has patrons. Should I start a Patreon? Do you want to see a bad artist? Are we going to get mean? No. I would never be like smug about it. When is next stream? And what will you cover? On Monday. And I will work on the final of with all the passes. I might contact you over the weekend, Billy, by the way. If that's all right. Maybe you can render something for me. Yeah, so we will do the high res of that one. And yeah, if you have time, I can also pay you a small amount of money if you like. Just I want the fog pass. We can chat about the listing. Oh yes, yes. But I have to see. I have to do a few things. I have to try out a bunch of things and clean the apartment and stuff. So yeah. How much do you still need to do in terms of this shot? Nothing. So 3D is done. What remains is the rendering and the post-production, the color grading and like small camera effects and stuff like that. Bye-bye, Tommy. Listing is the... you mean with listing, you mean the manifold stuff, right? Can we have a round of applause for the achievement? In yes, in about 3 months or less. A little bit less, I think. Will it remain still? I think I might try to do an animation of that. Maybe. We'll see. There's also secondary shots, so we are not done with the whole project. We'll just do a little bit more here and there, and then we'll see. So maybe like a small animation with a breakdown and everything. So before we post that and make like a really final thing out of it, yeah, it's gonna be like the whole project that just not this one picture. There's gonna be more than that. Wait. This is a great scalp. No, I won't show that. Patty, I won't make fun of other art. He's obviously a beginner. Will you directly sell it, or do you need to get a go from Super Rare or something? I can mint it now if I want. But it's there's like preparations to be done, and the project has to be finished, and like at some point I will just post the video and everything, so it's gonna be a little bit more work towards that goal. So it will need a couple more weeks until the whole project is done. CG breakdown. What's that? Drop on the 24th of December. I was chatting in the SR Discord about manifold contracts, so I can fill you in on that. Okay, nice. Thank you very much. Jesus. Action. It looks amazing. And I'm sitting here working on a still for months while people building castles out of paper on their desks in 5 seconds. And hot air balloons. It takes a few weeks for Super Rare to import the manifold contract, unfortunately. So it might be better if we do that soon, right, Gurnch? So yeah, I will hit you up then we can talk about that, and then I will start that process. And once it, then I do all the rest of the project. In the meantime, oh, it's C4D. Look at that. Sheesh. Oh, everyone is using Houdini. Ah, okay. Oh, can I actually use the music? Let's maybe mute that. Well, that's amazing. Maybe I should do an animated short at some point. Shall I do an animated short? Shall we make a video? I've never done that though. Oh, I did it actually, like way back. Like way back. Also get in contact with accents for the mocap suit. I don't want to do character stuff. Oh! Oh no, that's a different... Is that the guy? Oh, that's him. I know him from podcasts. Anyway, guys. It's time. The time has come. The time is now. Oh my god. Oh my god. What is... Carlos is here. Hello, Carlos. I'm your biggest fan. I'm your biggest fan. Hola. Hola to you. The man, the legend. Exactly. Yes, I have many questions, Carlos. But we do that at another time. I really love your work, and it's an honor that you visit me here. And please never stop creating everything you do. You're the OG, the MVP, the lighting, everything is perfect. I don't have enough words for that. But yeah, thank you for your art. Really, I appreciate. Cornelius is about to cry. Yes, no, I really love your work, Carlos, and you and Ash create a perfect match. Yes, no, but for real, it's such an honor that you are here. How I deserve that. How did you find me? Yes. Now I can't. Now you're here. I can't. I was about to end the stream, and now I can't because you're here. Okay, we can chat. So yes, Carlos, I may introduce you to the scene I'm working on. So we are finished with the 3D pass. With the 3D part, and we will just render that over the weekend. It will take 16 hours or something, and then we do the post-production. I shouldn't be here, and it was easy to find you. Yes, I mean, do you have any tips for post-production, like color grading and shit? How do you do that? Actually, I messaged you on Instagram, and you showed me one version of Edison. It was. Your parking lot, and without the color grading, and was like still amazing. So I'm like, okay, he doesn't do that much color grading. It looks amazing out of the box. So yeah, a little bit disappointed there. I thought 50% of the look would be color grading, but it's not. Well, it's like meeting the president. Yes. Mr. President, such an honor to meet you. Man, it looks amazing. One day we can discuss the process and workflows. Yes, please. Let's do that. We will, like, I'll be around. I'm not gonna stop. Okay, but on Twitch, please. Yeah, I actually spoke to Ash. Maybe he comes on the podcast at some point. Not podcast, on the stream here as a guest. But I have to think of like some kind of format I can do that in there, because it's like a 6-hour stream. I doubt that Ash has the time to hang around here for 6 hours. So yes. Could you discuss motivation at some point to be consistent? Yes, I can. I can, like, shall I do that now? Okay, let's do that now. Motivation is, well, we start the image at some point, right? So let's say you start the image and you have that, and you could say, hey, it could be done now, right? It's in a presentable way, or maybe like that. But then you think, hey, wouldn't it be cool if I add this or that and that? And this feeling of, hey, it would be cooler if I don't stop now. This can be so strong that this keeps you alive pretty much in the whole process, if it takes that long to get to a point where you're like really happy with something. And if you don't do that, I constantly have that feeling of, hey, remember that piece I did 2 years ago? It would have been so cool if I kept pushing it and kept pushing the quality of it. And yeah, it's like a practice thing. So in the beginning, I worked on a piece for like 1 day, right? So 1 day I did 3D and complete 3D artwork with everything, modeling and all. It was like really low quality. And then I discovered other artists, and they were like working on their stuff for months. And I was like, oh, crazy. But their stuff also looks better, right? And like with like a certain amount of experience, I learned that there is no secret to greatness than the time and the skill they spent. So if you see crazy good art, like in detail, and if you pick it apart and not just glance over it, you look at it for like 10 minutes or even longer, and there's no doubt in you that that's quality stuff you're looking at there. The secret to that is probably the time the people spent on that. Mate, I have to go, but happy to see your work growing and evolving. Keep it up. Talk soon. Thank you so much, Carlos. Take care and goodbye. Have a nice evening, and see you around, hopefully. So you focus on the next piece inside the artwork, then you're happy it's there like a reward. Yeah, like that. So also don't see the artwork like as a big step. See, it helps if you go step by step. So your next goal would be to add the glove here, or I don't know whatever I did next here, like the rug. So you finish that, you're like, oh man, that looks really nice. Tomorrow I will do the rug. So you focus on the rug, not the whole piece. Obviously you have the whole piece in mind, right? But the motivational part doesn't, like, because it can drive you crazy when you just look at the bigger picture the whole time. You need to have like small goals, and what actually helps with that is if you have like a to-do list like we have. Yeah, it can be overwhelming rather quickly. Also, so when you're used to doing projects that take you a week, and the next project is gonna take you a year, you will drive yourself crazy. So maybe do 1 week, then 2 weeks, then 3 weeks, and so on. So you just raise the bar a little bit, project by project, and you will learn with that. So yeah, did you make that rug on stream? It looks sick. Yes, I did, but we didn't end up using it, actually. It's just too much of a tripping hazard. So that's the latest version. That makes sense. Awesome. Yeah, so it's a slow process and it's a learning curve behind that. And yeah, it's not like you're gonna... Oh, Dwayne Hicks, thank you so much for your tier 1 sub. Thank you so much for your support. But yeah, what I wanted to say, it's a learning curve behind all of that. And it just takes time. Like not even not only the 3D part and the texturing and everything, that takes time, but like the project side of things, that also takes time. But it's okay. Also taking breaks. So sometimes after a day of streaming, like right now, I feel very exhausted and be like, oh God, I don't know if I can keep that up for a year now. But then I stop and then take a day off or a weekend, and then I reset everything. And on the next day, when I'm refreshed and awake and caffeinated, then there's like a different perspective. It's always day by day and not year by year. Just like small steps that build a whole big thing over time. Have watching this scene develop into what it is. Great random question. What are your thoughts on Blender? I really like Blender. Blender is nice. It's the perfect choice. And it's free. I don't know if you knew that, but it's free. Obviously, if I would start out with 3D these days, I would use Blender. So, all right. Yeah, so we will continue with this. So during the weekend, I will render that. And on Monday, we will do the post work. Right? Right. Shall we do that? And I will try Fusion on the weekend. All right. It was my pleasure, guys. Let's change to that scene. So it was my pleasure. Thank you all for being here, for the support. And yeah, I hope you're excited for Monday, because then there we will find out how much we can get out of that 3D scene and how much we can make it pop in Fusion or Photoshop or After Effects. We will see. But the biggest rendering challenge is still ahead of me, and it will be overnight tomorrow, and I don't know how long it will take, but probably long. Yes. All right, guys. See you around, and take care, and thanks for being here. I love you all, and bye-bye. Also, we have no outro music. We need outro music. So, bye-bye, guys. Bye-bye. Sleep well. Be healthy. And see you around. Peace.